Alright everybody, how we doing? Good morning. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Hey, we got the early bird viper. How you doing? The rack build. Yes, it's the rack build. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I heard that the rack build simply never stops moving forward. Never stops killing. I never stop hitting my action skill. For those of you who want challenge, I don't have the safety blanket of invisibility. Yeah, Kevin, I'm telling them. I just never saw the draw of going to fadeaway, unless you're trying to use stackbot cheese to one-shot bosses or something. It's a copy pasta. It might be a you had to be there type thing, but it's one of the golden memes of the BL3 era. And yes, I totally read it out while I was petting a cat with one hand and sipping coffee occasionally. Other cat is shitting over there. You okay, Jake? You've been going a while. Anyway, it's a me. And it's a Kevin. Charles Hell, how you doing? Reckless Monster, Solo Kingman. Yeah. More flack today in Wonderlands. He created flack in Wonderlands. He sure did, Resolve. He sure did. I even got an appropriate spell now, and like it just elevates it in terms of satisfaction to a whole other tier. I'll just show you. It's amazing. It's so satisfying. This is a spell I got a few weeks ago. I've been wanting to do this rack thing for a while. Parts aren't optimal, but it fits the theme so well. I'm still going to be looking for Spectral Talons, but... And the element doesn't match, but whatever. It's close enough. It's close enough. I'll show you. I'll show you. It's great. Can you do a splash, Mose? I could probably do that, honestly. Behold, the rack spell. It's only chaotic. 2 extra projectiles is definitely fun. I'd be better served with like another charge part and maybe cooldown. But it's fun. Because now I can do this. It's like Rex. Oh, and let me turn my character dialogue. If I've not already, I've not. Because you get rack voice lines. Like rack attack voice lines. Only sometimes, but you do. Promise.
Come on, have some fun.
So, I'm still farming for, Corrupted Plate Mails, preferably Stabbo Claw. The more I've played, though, the more I think I'm changing my mind about switching off of Spore Warden. Because Play the Angles is just so impactful. My game just started, so it's going to take a second to smooth out. Hopefully it does smooth out. There we go. So yeah, I got all the greatest hits. We got an amped times 25 shotgun. We got Groundbreaker. We got racks. We got racks and fadeaway on the same build. Let's go. Morning, Jester. How you doing? Just got here. What's the rack spell called? I'm using a Spectre of Talents. This one is a channel cast, dark magic. It's got 2 projectile parts and a spell charge part. Now, ideally, I'd want more cooldown parts here, so I can spam it for my amulet triggers more. But this is just the one I had. Stagecoach might actually be my favorite weapon to use in BL3 Wonderlands. Yes, BL3 Stagecoach, Wonderlands Kettle Drum. It's so satisfying. I've always liked it more than the Hellwalker, because big projectile count, neuron activation. Ouch. I should revive the pet, I guess. If I can see it in the pile. So how's everyone's weekend going so far? You guys messing with any fun builds this weekend? You doing any fun things outside of game? Let me live vicariously through you. It's super nice out today, and I have 0 plans to take advantage of that. Like, I might grill food, but beyond that, I'm just inside as always. So let me live through you. That was so satisfying. Barbecue quathers? Yeah. Yeah, what do you want me to make, Viper? Yeah, Hellwalker quickly feels boring, not only because it's high damage to me, it's just overhyped items feel like that to me. Maybe I'm something of a hipster when it comes to weapon choices. I don't know. Went to the Pens game last night, no particular plans for the rest of the weekend though. That's fair. We still did something. Off all weekend, so I'm gonna get fried and try to farm plate mills. Right there with you, Mr. Ivlock. On the plate mill farming part. Not on the fried part. I don't personally do that, but I might have a drink or two. Keep forgetting I have a headhunter, and that's so powerful. I need to actually aim for crit spots. Like, even in... I almost called it fade away. Even in From the Shadows, I need to aim for crit spots because I have headhunter. It's actually just flak. That's amazing. I love it. Amulet using? I'm using a Thurge. To get my cooldown back when I'm not in, From the Shadows. Morning, Kettle Logic. How you doing? Portal Knight, good to see you. Deathless that isn't trying very hard, and a Diamond Guard Sword that's not trying at all. Really loving the featured run this week, actually. It's got a good rhythm and good curse options. Me too, Jester. It does feel comfortable. So a lot of people have mixed feelings about Moon Knight CGI. I think it's because it looks too clean, so it looks a little fake. My response to that is like, when has Marvel had like the best CGI? They never really have. I don't pay attention. It's a story-driven series. Like, it's definitely more on the storytelling side, so I didn't really pay much attention. But now that you mention it, yeah, maybe. Hey, hold up. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders, from the Uwu Nation. If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag, and I am a flak addict to the point where I made flak in Wonderlands. We got our fadeaway here with our ricochet shotguns. We got our pet following us around, and we got our rack attack. It's just flak. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. I can stop playing flak anytime I want to. But how'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Also thinking Marvel Studios should take more time to perfect their CGIs. I mean, do they need to resolve with the amount of money they make? Do they really need to? Put flat bad. Hey, Era, how are you? Scytheblade, how you doing? Techno Spawn, welcome. More C35 grinding after that gear? Yeah, I feel ya. I'm going for, I need better plate mails. Like, I'm not a spell shot at all, so a bunch of aspects of this armor are wasted on me, but it's the only one I've gotten so far that has the armor effect I want, and Stabo Power is a primary. So we're grinding for more of those. I think I'm finding my flow. Dark Magic's my rad in this game. Yeah, this is a Dark Magic build. I'm using a plate mail to turn a non-elemental gun into partial Dark Magic, and that's been working out really well. So I like that. Kind of didn't prep my weapons at all before the fight, so it's gonna look scuffed. The good thing about Son of Witch's Skulls is, except for the one I took to the face, they're not particularly difficult to dodge. There we go. There we go. Hey Pericles, how you doing? Trying to go for that armor, but 3 into Wrath. Ooh, good luck. Good luck. I love that play the angles triggers on stickies, so you can just turn an enemy into like a mobile turret type thing. It's kinda nuts. There we go. 11 Trap Scallon with a Fear Knot with wings, and each bolt in the enemy grants more damage. Yeah, that's the crossbow barrel. Yeah, all crossbows good. Not even chaotic, haven't found a better weapon. So, yeah, Spell Shot Sabo is a very popular combo. Spell Shot's extremely powerful, and then, Shrikes and Pixies in the inferior category are just extremely powerful. So, yeah, those are a bunch of powerful things combined together. Yeah, it sounds effective. What's your armor? This plate mail, Mr. Adblock. Marvel does sometimes nail their CGI, like Thanos looked amazing. Thanos looked good. I haven't quite figured out damage formula that. What's more worth getting action skills start gun damage and damage dealt, or action skill active element damage on spellcast. So you can do exclamation point damage to see the formula. A lot of people have been putting hard work, particularly Sen and CZ, and lots of other help as well. But it's going to depend on how much you have. So the thing to keep in mind with damage formulas in these games is that you're trying to achieve the highest result of multiplying different categories together. So you need to diversify your boosts. Don't ever put your eggs in one basket, if you can help it. Yeah, exclamation point damage shows you the spreadsheet with all the formula stuff, and you can math it out from there. Surprised Pixies weren't tuned? Yeah, Dyson's kind of interesting. Rogue Imp's a problem, but Pixies aren't. Weird. Can't find the answer to this. Can the Wyvern Companion trigger Blast Chill? No. Wyvern Companion attacks with its claws deal melee damage? They don't. Blast Chill requires a damage source that is damage source melee. So each item has a damage source. Now it can scale with multiple types of damage. For example, Dreadwind scales with ability damage, but it is damage source melee. So that is why Dreadwind triggers Blast Chill. Snake Stick Hydras, they are damage source melee, so they trigger Blast Chill, but they also scale up with companion boosts. So the Wyvern is source either ability or companion. I can't remember which off the top of my head. So not melee. So Wyvern cannot Blast Chill, is the short answer. Favorite event on BL3 and Takedown? My favorite takedown is the Guardian takedown, because I really enjoyed pushing speedrun records on that. And it was the first piece of Borderlands endgame content that demanded you think a little bit. And that really paved the way for this game. My favorite event? Probably Cartels, because it just added so much. Yeah. I know you don't do it. Another cool milestone got to announce today. I qualified for Stream Raider partner. Oh, let's go, Holo. I've played Stream Raiders a couple times. I don't like host it, but I've played in other people's a few times. It's a cool little thing. I just don't have the attention span to maintain it myself. I've thought about it though. But yeah, that's awesome. Congrats. You deserve it. You work hard at just kind of like everything you do. So I'm never surprised when you get you know, proper accolades and status and all that, but good for you. That's awesome. Put my saving community saves has a pretty good plate mail. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Adblock. I can stop? What do you mean? I'm just being honest. I was getting so excited to do a Wyvern build where I sit around and do nothing while it scorches, electrifies, freezes everything in its path. You can still do that. You can still do that. You won't be able to get it to freeze and do the others at once, but you can definitely build and make the Wyvern pretty relevant for damage. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Holo. I appreciate it. 256 in the channel. Legend. Thank you. Now, if the Armor Bunny was as kind to us as you guys are to each other... Okay, well, I said that and then this dropped. It's a spell damage warp paradigm with 2 in Wrath of Nature. It's illegal to not pick those up. Okay. Also has 2 crossbolts. Nice. There's the alert. I was very behind. Armor farming is brutal. Yeah, Dyson. Yeah. Luckily, there's a couple armors that are a little more forgiving if you're trying to go more for stats or skills than other things. So the claw armor, the one that converts companions into the appropriate element per which claw you got, that one always rolls with a companion class as the primary. Meaning, that cuts down the potential skill combinations on that armor by quite a bit. So that's a start if you're going for certain skills, and those skill rolls involve having one of those primary companion classes. And for passives, the Amalgam will roll one stat in, like, one per category in 5 of the 6 clusters for stats. So basically, you have a much higher chance of getting good stats in general on an Amalgam. Not just because there's more stat slots, period, but because it does evenly spread them out in such a way, because of it covering almost every possible category at once. Oh, spell charge information, yes please. So, claws or amalgams are very good if you're trying to get just stats or skills on an armor. Now, getting a specific armor other than those two with good stats and skills, very difficult. Spectral Talons? Yeah! What is something for you? Screenshot and send a pic. Sounds good. On the hunt for Wrath of Nature armor? Yeah, very popular farm. Hey, Natballer, how you doing? Want a Tide armor plus 3 Wrath? It's Unicorn. Yeah, Cheese was looking for one of those for Dreadwind setup, and honestly, that does sound pretty ideal. Because you get plus 3 Wrath, you get Berserker power as your secondary, and that boosts up your Dreadwind. It allows you to apply the Soak debuff during Dreadwind, which you don't have any other way of doing that. Like, it definitely seems ideal for that. Someone said rack build, I'm here. Morning, Priz. We playing the rack build. We got our times 25 shotgun, we got our invisibility, we got our groundbreaker, got our racks, we got our pet. It's actually just flak. Pocket racks, fade away, multi-pellet, Jacobs. Someone's built says they're missing flag this morning. You know me, Remy. I'm a creature of habit when it comes to certain things. Yo, Tatsu, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy all the shit. You know the spiel by now. Pet, revive me. Oh no, the crabs are too aggressive. I'm stuck on enemies. Okay, no, we're good. I cannot see. I am just ricocheting. Excuse me. Crabs are so aggressive. Oh, sorry about Stallion. I wasn't paying attention. Whoops. Okay, we're good. Hit you too, it makes you happy. I tried to. Pickaxe with Echo is super useful in this build. I don't find myself needing to swing that often. I'd prefer to have Amp, honestly, Mr. Adblock, because, you know, Amp. So I go Twin Soul. So you're right, New Gear added this past hotfix. Anything interesting? Forgot about it. Just to chump second phase and locked it to the pool. So they didn't add New Gear with the hotfix. People kind of misconstrued what New Gear meant. Gear new to Chums. So it's stuff that was already in the World Drop pool. Chums' pool just gets bigger as he evolves. That's all it is. Welcome to Quag's Wonderflex. I mean, yes, New Mexican. Yes. Hey Swifty, how you doing? So sorry, another question. I'd never have to be sorry about that. Does the Wyvern also deal bonus frost damage and action skill start? Does Berserker's class feat only apply to the Fate Maker, not any companions? That I don't know, Borbotron. That I actually do not know the answer to. Should be a simple test, though. Well, let me check this, Hola. It's a Corrupted Plate Mail. Fire rate, that's nice. Ability crit chance would be good for when I'm outside of From the Shadows. 3 in Arsenal. That's not bad. That's not bad. Definitely not bad. Seems odd why would that time gate exist in loot? They didn't. It's just, it's in the world drop pool, dice, and you can already get it. You can get it from bunnies, you get it from any random drop. It's just Chums' pool himself. As he gets stronger, he drops more stuff. That's all it is. It's already obtainable. It's only the one enemy whose pool expands. Time to go beg the bunnies to give me gear for this Gloombringer. Yeah. Same situation. Hey, Urban Mech, good morning. Finally got my Barrage Storm, my Wildfire to endgame, but now I got stuck at Dragonlord cast 15, just got no bossing damage. That's a multi-class combo that is extremely gear dependent. So there's a couple that that do require a bit more gear. And usually it's some denomination of Claw setups, Stabbo setups, and Spore setups tend to require more gear than the other three. Berserker, Spell Shot, and Graveborn just have more direct damage in their trees than the other three. So, you know, depending on who you're playing, your dependency go burr. This Titan Tooth is so confused, and it's... What is it doing? That was weirdly cute. Better one you have if you want, that is. Know how the want to gear farm goes. What is mine? I think mine's a little better right now, cause so yours has higher stab power, which is nice. But this one has area damage, which is really nice for my my stickies. So I think just because of the area damage, I'm gonna stick with this one. But thank you for offering. It does mean a lot. Proof Streamer needs res, plays flag without it, and Pet just gets left to die. No comment. No comment. This is FL5. How you? I'm doing okay, Swifty. I'm doing okay. Hey, Chester. Good morning. These shield carrying ones are very awkward. I should honestly just ricochet them from nearby enemies instead of trying to actually hit them. Because, you know, it's me aiming. How come this always happens where I get my From the Shadows back on the last enemy I need to kill? The ability and melee crit chance is probably better for a Graveborn setup with Diamond Guard. Yeah, crit chance passives on a From the Shadows setup I try to avoid. It's a little redundant. But for your downtime, like right now it'd be helping me. So, my entire goal is to get a spell with a better cooldown so I don't have this downtime as often. How goes Wonder Flag? It goes, Aaron, it goes. We got a rack spell. So we're doing rack things. Oh, Ghostblade. GB, Greyborn Ghostblade. Yeah, Ghostblade. Ghostblade. Yeah. Yeah. Best thing to carry in Borderlands a shield. Yeah, not the kind that, you know, makes an energy field, but the actual physical slab of metal. Never treats you wrong. Ah yes, Flack the Mist Dancer. Uh-huh. Wait. Gorillas in the Mist. Mist Dancer. If they nerf Hydras, I think I might have a mental breakdown. Which Hydras? Hey Peric, how you doing? Why does Dragonlord statue have a trillion health but butt Sally? Balance, I don't know. I think I want to do a Deathless melee companion build with that Snake Stick I got with Caustic and Deathless Mantle plus 1 to Lord of Edges. My thought with that is sustaining your health, sustaining your ward in a Deathless setup without Vampire, gonna be very difficult. If you have enough swing speed and you run a Vampire hilt, yes, I can see it. There are no gorillas in this game, I don't understand. Al's Flag is great. Hey Black Panther, how you doing? Okay, that was... Why did I get an extra shot? It's like one attack ahead because I shot one more time than I thought I'd be able to. Did Butt Stallion boost Quiver? No, I just had really well-timed ammo regen. That was odd. Okay. On the thing. Times 18 stickies with Play the Angles are so funny. Because you just put a bunch of stickies on an enemy, and then as they explode, other enemies will just start dying. It's like that enemy is shooting all their friends. Play the angle stickies or dominate? Yes. Maybe a stupid question. Do I need to find items, get my shotgun max size 100% to go from 2 shots to 4? Yes. It's not a stupid question, Dyson. Yeah, you would need that much. But since these shotguns consume 2 ammo per shot, you tend to want to go up by increments of 50 more than anything. So, like, this has a 3 mag, so I took it up to a 5 mag, and that's enough to get an extra shot. A 4 mag would still only be 2 shots, and a 6 mag would be the same shots as a 5 mag. I think Caustic Echo Twin Souls would be good for Trap Scaling for the extra status chance and damage. No, I don't think that's really worth, considering you already have status damage in your tree. I'd personally say you'd want probably Echo still, but I'd say something other than a Twin Soul. That's just my personal take. You need mosey on to bed. I hope you have a wonderful stream. Chat, you all bunch of heckin' cuties. Have a good day, everyone. Take it easy, hello. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Beat more times 18 Torg. Same. Not full purple gear. Not on this save. That's the other save. I want better amulet for more mag size and stabbo power. And I want better armor for more stabbo power. I have, what's my stabbo power right now? 63.9. So I could potentially get, I think class power with Primordial goes up to 45%, something like that. Do I have any Primordial armors I can look at for that? I don't think I do. I think I put all mine away. Oh, I got this meme and this meme. I think it goes up to 45% here. So another 15% there, and then I get like another 5% or something there. So stabbo power increases from the Shadow's duration. That'd be really nice for bossing. How close will gun mag and myth rank be to that, assuming 15%? Myth rank mag size is 30%. So if you're trying to go from a 2 to a 3 mag, you only need 20% more. So that can be, I think a chaotic mag size passive is 20%. So 1 mag size passive on amulet, or 2 on rings, or a doubled up 1 on ring. Had a small paragraph sent, wonder if you tested it. Where at? Wolf Booty. Oh, there it is. Controversy that Sharkbane wasn't working globally. Gun damage boost. Okay, Chaotic Sharkbane 34%. I guess people assume the extra percentage was only for sharks, not a global boost, but tested myself. Seems to be working great for me without shooting sharks. Yeah, Wolf Booty, it's not... It was never in question that it worked on everything. It's just people who don't know how rings work thought that it might only work on sharks, because nowhere on the ring does it indicate that the gun damage is only for sharks. It's the same thing where it was in doubt what, you know, the ring effectiveness thing meant on rings. It's just everything on the ring gets more effective. People overthinking. That's all it is. Gun damage is gun damage. Who drops Twin Soul? Nightmare. Nightmare. But I get all my gear from the Chaos Chamber bunnies, so... Math is math. Thoughts on this flag's drip, turn off eye symmetry on this flag, make one huge, one small, use glow on people. Maybe that hood that covers an eye. That one has hair. Maybe. I haven't really messed with the appearance at all. It was a different build concept, and then it slowly started becoming more flak-like. Gun damage is gun damage on the improvements over BO3. Well, gun damage isn't always gun damage. Let me amend my statement. Magic Bullet says gun damage, it is not gun damage. Amp says gun damage, and it is not gun damage. So, we're still in Lands game clarity of items. Might be wrong, I think 75% mag size should make the mag go from 2 to 4, because it rounds up the mag size, right? It doesn't round by, like, that much, Reckless Monster. It'll round by a percent, it'll round down. But, like, it won't round 75% mag size boosts up to 100. Because if it did that, let's see, I have 30% from myth rank, I have 26.6 here, so that would mean that 56.6 would round up to 100 by that logic, and no, it won't do that. Don't do that. Because if it worked that way, I would have a 6 mag right now, and not a 5 mag. Is AR the weakest weapon type? Between AR and launcher. Undecided which. Now, that's not to say that they're too weak, it's just shotguns have some crazy shit, pistols have some crazy shit, snipers have some crazy shit, and SMGs are just kind of good. So, yeah. Scared of your title, what are you doing? Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Jack. Look it.
Wings of death.
Lost my Frostburn somehow. That's unfortunate. Pocket Rex. Yeah. No Stinger, build bad, you're bad. As in, attractive. Legatum.
Energy's empty. All my rubbish. Die.
Every time, it's the last enemy. Every time, without fail. It's Lowell. How you doing? Jerry, how are you? Fly in Wonderlands and before someone brings back Punchbot. Lazy was trying to bring back Punchbot. Luckily, there's no face punching, so we're safe for now. But I also don't think we're actually safe from Punchbot. I think it'll find a way. It'll find a way. Pay attention to progress bar? No, I refuse. It's the video game's fault, not me, not a shpee. I'm a gamer on the internet. My actions are not the result of, or the consequences are not the result of my actions, but the video game deciding to change to fuck with me. Horrible start to the day. Etsy refunded an order against my will to a customer already downloaded the items. Level loud theft. I'm gonna get some coffee and chill here. That's fucking awful, Pup T. I'm so sorry. That's fucked. I wish a single day went by without my artist friends just getting shit on by, like, everybody, sometimes including each other. Like, ugh. I'm sorry I had to deal with that. It's fucked. It's frustrating. They told me we deemed the order wasn't shipped, so we refunded it, but it was shipped digitally by their means of digital shipment. Hello? Hello?
As bad as you smell.
God, that's frustrating. You are a more calm person than I. Blacklist them so they can't get stuff from you anymore. That is a reactionary thing. It doesn't stop art theft, Portal Knight. And that's an unfortunate thing with being an artist on the internet is people are always determined to find a way to get your shit without paying for it, and they'll often, if they don't want to pay for it, they will steal it outright, or they will trace it, or someone will buy it and then they'll steal it from them. There's always some sort of loophole someone's trying to abuse, and saying, hey, you can't get from me anymore, unfortunately, is the last thing that stops those kinds of people. It's a really fucked situation, and I wish Etsy did more about it. Neither Twitch nor Etsy, like, helps in that department at all. And it's like, why though? It's literally theft. Like, that's a crime, bro. Shouldn't this type of shit be impossible? The item's digital? It's easier if the item's digital. Which is the sad part. Things like watermarks help, but they are not foolproof. Etsy's also raising transaction fees and taking a larger cut from sellers because they made $4.2 billion in profit last year. They refused to make less than that this year. Yeah, sounds right. If the trace watermark can't save us. Yep. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rant about something you're definitely already stressed about, but I'm outraged on behalf of you and other people I know who that's happened to. Public name and shame, that helps, but again, it's a reactionary response. Technospawn, it doesn't prevent the thing from happening. It doesn't, like, unsteal your shit. Ideally, protective measures would be put in place by the sites that the emotes are being distributed on. Etsy, Twitch, etc. But there's not. What's her loot luck? The same as everyone else at max dice plus shrine on Chaos 35. 40,046. Preventative measures are hard at the digital age, which sucks for people with such talent like Pup. Yeah, true, but there are basic things that could at least serve as deterrents. Like, just, if you're selling an artwork, like, just maybe have a mandatory, reverse image search to see if it's someone else's. Like, that's not hard to implement. Again, it can still be bypassed, but it's a start. Like, basic security measures would make people happier. But ultimately, it just exposes that they don't care how happy people are, they just care about their bottom line, as Jack said. Which is disheartening as any sort of creative type. If you need to go through a platform to, create your content, and that platform doesn't give a fuck about you, it's frustrating. Can't be asked to go out the dice. I'm happy with my 26k loot luck. Yeah, for most of my characters, Drax, I didn't bother with dice. I just happened to have one that had all dice, and they made them account-wide, so now all my characters have all the dice. I never really cared too much either way. Hey, Scoops, how you doing? Stabmancer's so good because From the Shadows. Is that Stabmancer being good, or is that From the Shadows being good, Portal Knight? Because Stabmancer has one of the worst skill trees in the game. No, I'm not kidding. It's actually bad. But From the Shadows is like SS plus tier. Like, it's crazy. So like, Stabbo kind of mid, but From the Shadows is amazing. Are your flag bias is showing? How so? If you mean flag bias towards having a good damage formula, yeah. Which Sabo doesn't have.
I choose you.
It's actually From the Shadows being good. I only spec it the second tier of Sabo skill tree. A lot of builds do that, yeah. Hey Vald, how you doing? You see my Claw Stalker build considering how gear heavy it is, it shows it needs work? Right. Sabo is, formula light. It's peacocking a lot. What is this damage you speak of? That's not how you doing. See Flack and Wonderlands immediately enter the stream. Person of culture, Handsome Sultan. How you doing? Etsy's one of the largest, postals give such features, so people kind of accept bad conditions just to get the reach. Yeah. It's like Twitter or Twitch, they make shitty changes. On the other hand, all your clients, all your community, all your fans are here, so you can't really switch to smaller platforms. Right. There's exclusivity deals in place, in contracts and such to stop multi-streaming for streaming platforms. There's lots of things they do knowing that you don't have another choice. Morning, Van. How are you? Damage? Where are you? What's my damage? Where is my damage right now? My damage is missing. Nero, thank you for the Prime for the 1 year. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know why my damage was out to lunch on this run, but whatever. See, I talk and your damage vanishes. Good, what we tested today? We playing Flak. We're using a Spectral Talon spell to be rack attack, and we're farming for some gear while we play Flak in Wonderlands. The fact that stickies can play the angles on both the application and the detonation is craziness. So your strategy for Waster's Aegis is just apply more smoke? Yes. Yes, sir. Spell shot damage is stupid because of double knot. Spell shot damage is stupid because of many things. Still haven't played with the Echo mod for melee weapons, still don't know why. It's something familiar, and there's new things. Like, Echo is Groundbreaker. We know Groundbreaker already. We've had years to play with Groundbreaker. There's some new things that maybe caught your attention more. Morning, Zachariah. How you doing? Kiss a homie for sure. What's the Raxwell variant? You have this one's multiple. Can't find any do more than one. Channel cast is base of 2. And I have 2 projectile parts. So I get 4. Also, Spectral Talons of this type, they hit and then they come back and do another pass. So I'm getting 8 hits here. It's very nice. Hit the shotgun buddy, check the floor. Primordial, yes. Kettle drum, yes. Times 12. Still good, but unfortunate, yeah. You know, Lurkin says I got some work to do. There's no plans this afternoon. We do some community gaming, maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't really have plans today, so day's wide open pretty much. We'll see what happens. Yeah, enjoy your lurk, and don't work too hard. I use Echo with the enchant every melee, gets 10% more damage for dot and stacks. I don't know which you mean for the second one there, Portal Knight. Sounds like you're describing a couple different ones. I don't have plans today, he says, I'm on my way for barbecue. That's true, that's true. You still didn't tell me, or I might have missed it because I have no attention span. What am I cooking, Viper? What's happening? You're coming through and you haven't told me what I'm making. Crack pack is back too. Yeah, honestly. Because the extra projectile parts are basically the rack pack. Ooh, I'll just run some Chaos Chambers for work. A fellow Chaos Chamber addict. I mean, enthusiast. Currently smoking ribs and chicken. Ooh, let's go, bacon nugs. I haven't used smoker in a while. I should do that. How's your day been so far? It's been okay. I've been having an unfortunately kind of just shitty time with health lately, so it's been kind of taking a toll on me. But I'm somewhat acclimating. I still don't feel great, but I have more energy today, so I'm considering that a win. So, I actually really like this weapon, and it's a visual pun. It's a body spray. Axe. Get it? Get it? It's Axe body spray. And the effect is cool. It doubles the effect of Vampire, and that's a lot of health and ward back. I don't get it. There's a body spray called Axe Body Spray. Like a real product. So, this item's called Body Spray and it's an axe. It's just funny. Also, posture check. Yes, I should not goblin. Brats sound good. Axe might be good for my status build just because 20% vampire hit. Yeah, vampire is health and ward. That's a big deal. How you doing today? Doing great, please. What are you up to? We playing Flak. See, we got Rex now. Called Lynx in the UK? Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. Let's do more damage to Dude Bros. Thank you for testing. Good night, bot.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
was an efficient room. So I've been feeling rough lately. Glad you have some energy today. You getting sick or getting over being sick? It's chronic stuff, Zachariah. It's not like a I fell ill type thing. It's just I am a person in poor health in a long-term sense. So, peaks and valleys type shit. Rack attack and fade away. Just realized my dreams finally come true. Yeah, it's so nice. I left Bot Stallion unattended. No, I always do this! Hey, we made it. Cool. Sick. Stabospore? Yes. Stabospore. I'll go over the skill tree and stuff after the run, if someone reminds me in the loot room. Oh yeah, Tatsu. Pixie Spell. If you still haven't seen what they look like. Pixie Spell. A true flag would be ambidextrous to two of the exact same rack attack spells. You're rapid fire. Even for the 19 months. I need to stop missing my melees. Get back here.
Good lesson for everyone. Never leave your butt. Stallion unintended.
That is just good life advice. Thank you so much, Rapid Fire. I appreciate it. Pixie spells as scary as I imagine them? Likely. Handsome Sultan. Likely. Rex is a two-handed spell after all, that's important. It's right, but I don't want it to be. I hope it gets easier over time, or new ways are found to manage it. Only chronic issues, asthma, it's fairly easy to manage. Still sucks. It still sucks. And you know, suffering, I don't label it as a competition. You having your own issues means you have your own issues. I don't weight them as any, you know, less severe than my own, because I don't know. I'm not the one experiencing it. But I appreciate the sentiment. It's one of those things where I'll have like a few months of no real problems, and then I'll have a couple weeks of, okay, I'd like to die now. It's kind of no real rhyme or reason. I'll be alright. Actually, one of the reasons I got into streaming, because pandemic hit, and because, you know, if bad health go burr, I didn't exactly want to continue doing other things for work. Quick question, as I'm sure you know, Spore's capstone on crit ricochet ability damage that specifically so it won't trigger gun effects, like Envy. It's also to make it benefit from affinity. Otherwise, if you use this tree without the action skills, that affinity does nothing for you. Like, if you don't use these or this does nothing for the tree at all. Oh, hey, look, the build. Is the part-time modifier at the beginning of Chaos Run actually active or just visual glitch? I think that's a visual bug. Thank you for the hug, Viper. I appreciate it. And you as well, Control.
Flight. Now that's more like it.
That health go Burr Quack straight spin facts. I tried to. Shotgun's putting in some work. It's so nice. It's honestly becoming one of my favorite guns. It's active? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's must be a special featured thing. Well, there you go.
I'm good.
In my defense for not knowing that, that's through this game's UI, and I do my best to block out anything having to do with this game's UI. For understandable reasons. Shoddy is that? This is a kettle drum, a black powder, non-unique shotgun. This one happens to be a very good roll of a low mag with high projectile count. So it's 25 projectiles with a 3 mag. Looks like this. Now, not primordial, because, you know, I ain't lucky, but yeah, this is the best possible parts combo you can get on a kettle drum. There's well, that's not necessarily true. There's 2 part combinations on kettle drum that will allow you to get times 25. The other one has a different accessory, so it would be without this crit mult, but higher damage. So this isn't max damage, but the crit damage works out to just be better in most cases. Hit that one already. Cool. Make your dude sound like Vegeta. That's just the dude who voices the gruff B voice is Vegeta's English voice actor. Vegeta and Piccolo. Also All Might. You know, you've heard him in a bunch of shit. Face One Envy is just a worse wedding invitation because no's are better than puddles. But the thing with that, Seiryu, is Envy has not been left behind balance-wise by its game. So Wedding Invitation at its peak crushes Envy, for sure. But current Wedding Invitation and current Borderlands 3 is sad. And I would rather use current Envy and current Wonderlands, if that makes sense. Excited for the new DB Super movie? Yes, definitely. I saw Broly in theaters, so gives you an idea of how much I'm into that stuff. I grew up watching Dragon Ball. I saw the Broly movie in theaters a couple years ago. Yeah.
Looks like magic. Enemy in my sights.
Oh, almost one-cycled him. I didn't line up my damage buffs well. It was close, though. Need better guns for my Deadshot. So the funny thing about that is Deadshot with no guns equipped can clear faster than certain other multi-class combos, just because Spell Shot is insanely overpowered. Skill tree is the thing that matters the most on Deadshot. Skill tree for sure. I'm thinking about this ring. Like, it's trying. Ward is full. I'm gonna pick it up so I can try something with it. Watched a Broly movie in theaters. I'm not even a huge Dragon Ball fan. I went with a buddy and just kind of enjoyed watching him geek out. Yeah, I went with a couple of friends who, you know, same boat as me. They grew up watching Dragon Ball and stuff. And the entire theater was just... It was packed, by the way. It was people around our age, you know, late 20-somethings, who just all were reliving childhood by getting new Dragon Ball content together. It was great. It was really cool. Great experience. Deadshot is Spell Shot, Demilich Summoner. Yeah, Spell Shot, Great Board, Gaming Interior. You are correct. This is because I hate waiting for weekly episodes. Same reason why I stopped One Piece. I just never found One Piece very interesting. But, you know, maybe eventually in, like, 2035, when it concludes, I'll catch up. Deadshot as a spellcaster deals tons of damage with almost no drawbacks. Yes, I would hazard a... I would say no drawbacks. Just flat out, no drawbacks. It's just guarantee a status proc and then it'd be a ton better. I'd be open to that. I'd be open to that. Anime you're currently watching, if you're watching. I'm waiting for Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. I'm also waiting for the prequel movie to be available on streaming, so I can watch that, because I did not go to the theaters. Aforementioned bad health, didn't want to risk it. What else am I watching? I might start catching up on My Hero. I never quite followed it as it was releasing. Like, I know the broad strokes, like the plot structure, you know, roughly where things are and in general, but I never really followed it. Attack on Titan, gotta wait for, you know, the final season. But I did read the manga and stuff, so yeah, I'm like caught up. One Piece is my life. If One Piece ever concludes, I'll fucking suffocate and die. I can't live without One Piece. They had the release Attack on Titan. So, part of me is like, why? But the other part of me gets it. So, going into Season 4, they changed from Studio Wit to Mappa. And Mappa didn't have much time for Part 1. So that's why Part 1 animation quality kinda scuffed. But not as bad as people gave it credit for, and the CGI was kind of scuffed, but they vastly improved in Part 2. And then with the fact that they're doing a Part 3, is because, like, adapting that last bit of material, they're gonna try hard the shit out of that. And Mappa, when they try, they fucking try. So, like, I don't mind having to wait for what ultimately is only a small slice of the story, but it's a very impactful slice of the story. Gonna have to learn about anime if I'm being on Twitch. We're just talking about a couple different shows and animation quality and studios and all that. I'm not like a huge anime watcher or anything. It's just something I grew up with, so there's a few that I like and follow. I don't know very many newer anime. You say you're looking for a Primordial Kettle Drum yesterday? Yes, I did. I did. Wouldn't mind it so much they're more transparent about it. They were very hush-hush. Like, going into what was assumed to be the final episode, if you were not familiar with the source material, not knowing that they do a Part 3, it was like, wait, hang on, we're getting backstory on what happened between seasons 3 and 4 on the final episode. What? And then it was like, here you go, part 3 is happening. So, like, saw it coming, but they could have been like, hey, by the way, just so you know. It's okay, Quag, anime enjoyers are no longer shamed. Yeah, I don't know at what point, Mahoney, it became, like, cool again. So, like, a lot of people liked anime, and then it became a trendy thing to dunk on people who like anime, and now it's kind of circling back to people don't dunk on it as much anymore. Weird. Might be because more and more famous people like anime. Could be. Could be. The kind of person who is going to dunk on someone's interest like that, despite, you know, not being asked and having nothing of value to add to a conversation, that kind of person does tend to define their personality by what other people like, so it does track. Like, if more people with platforms are saying, hey, I like this, then they're more likely to, you know, pair it. Kinda like Heelys. Kinda like Heelys. You're not wrong. After final season of Game of Thrones, I only watch anime. Ruined live action TV for me. Oh, there's so much good live action TV though. I found Game of Thrones disappointing as well, but you know, it only just kind of ruined that show for me. There's lots of live action TV I like. I tweeted about it the other day, but Moon Knight is fucking exceptional. Remember when Toonami came on every weekday? Yeah, Zazzle. Watching Toonami after school every day? Peak childhood.
Strike them down!
Loving trolls corner block me. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Like, you just can't get away. But you have so much time to know that their swing is coming, and you just can't do anything about it. That's true fear.
I'll give you a good one.
Thanks, Pat.
Appreciate the assist and reward.
Huh. I was trying to save my From the Shadows, but clearly I can't do that. Yo, Slug, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Big dubs.
Trolls cornering used just DPS check. True. True. Good thing is, though, when I do feel like getting back to live action, I have a lot to binge. Yeah, a lot of good quality TV has come out in about the last, maybe 4 years? 5 years? A pretty big spike. I've been watching Barry as well. I love that show. New season just started. Absolutely exceptional. Bill Hader, Henry Louis Winkler, I can't speak. Exceptional show. Fucking love Barry. 10 out of 10. It might be higher than 10 out of 10 Lagoon. It's that good. Barry might be just one of my favorite shows ever. Hey Rabbit, how are you? Good to see you. Haven't seen much anime past couple years. I've read more manga than I probably should. I read on average about 2 hours a day. Good live action I've recently seen is the Rurouni Kenshin series. They did a live action Rurouni Kenshin? Huh. I didn't know that. And 2 hours a day for a hobby you enjoy, Itsukato, that's not ridiculous. I mean, think about it. People spend more time a day than that scrolling social media. So, like, you know? Let me catch up on chat real quick. I feel like I missed some stuff. Hey, CZ, how you doing? I actually forgot I've watched Ozark, not all the way caught up, though. That's on my list as well. Haven't watched Ozark yet. Like, Ozark, The Boys, Peaky Blinders. I have a bunch of shit to catch up on. Favorite anime is Ben 10. Did they ever continue that Ben 10 reboot that was weird? Nobody liked it? I actually didn't finish Game of Thrones' final 2 episodes just so the show lives in my memories. This amazing show. That's fair. Like, the big problem with that show wasn't where it ended up for me. It was just that it's like we missed some stuff in between. It's like, what? That something else was supposed to go here. Boys, season 3 in a month. I still haven't even started. Fuck. Oh, you know what show I want to come back? Warrior. It's what's it on? I've watched it through HBO Max, but like, it's on like Stars or something. It's based off of a movie / show pitch that Bruce Lee had that they rejected because racism. But they finally turned it into a show, and it's actually pretty fucking cool. Canceled Batwoman and Legends of Tomorrow last night. I woke up to a Twitter shitstorm. I saw Batwoman got canceled. That didn't really surprise me based on what I see about that show. I know nothing about it personally, but I tend to see negativity about it. But I've seen mostly positivity about Legends of Tomorrow. That one kind of surprises me. Can't wait for the Obi-Wan series. Me too. Me too. I screwed over forgetting to buy SDUs. Got it on a faster PB, shaved 20 minutes off my old one. 20 minutes is huge, Rabbit. Congrats. Stars dropped it, but HBO recently picked it up and go to season 3. We're talking about Warrior, right? Legends was a big fuck you to the fans. They ended season 7 on a massive cliffhanger, didn't give any story endings. Oof. That's what happens when you have one of those long-running shows, and you can't ever truly, like, resolve anything. It's like how Supernatural. You guys remember Supernatural? What did they end up getting to? Season 15? And they ended the show like 7 separate times, and then eventually they just stopped trying to end the show. Yeah, Warrior, cool. Supernatural is a fantastic show. I stopped watching, like... I remained vaguely aware of what was happening for some of the later seasons, but after, like, the Apocalypse arc, it kind of felt like the show ended, so I just lost interest. Like, I watched the season after that and was like, huh, this is kind of weird. And I watched half the one after that, I was like, I mean, it's the same show, I don't hate this, but it was like, why is this still happening? Damn it, Sammy. I read that in his voice, Lagoon. Nova Bronco Buster. That actually sounds incredibly fun. Huh, I haven't even considered Nova on that. I want to do Bronco Buster stuff. So, like, that's cool. Shame that that one was, what was it, a volatile? Makes it kind of nerfs it a little bit, but I didn't even consider that. Jetson Ackles and the Boys Season 3. I did see a promo image of that. That's cool. He's a good actor. Hey Zim, I don't have a command set up for that, but I'll go over the spec and stuff. I'm pretty sure I said this last run, and I just got too engrossed in conversation. But someone fucking at me in the chat when we're in the loot room, and I'll go over the build and spec. Supernatural is carried by good characters like Castiel and Crowley. Story arcs weren't that good. Yeah, that seems pretty fair. Yeah. He's portraying the boys' version of Captain America, but with blood and sex. So Captain America, but interesting. Excited to see him as Soldier Boy. I will refrain from making you jokes. Bye. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. You have a good one. Wonder if the Nova scales melee area damage. Area damage, yes. Area damage, yes. Let me actually look at that. Yeah, I don't want a chaotic one, but at least it's not like primordial. Because capacity goes up, and I don't think recharge rate or delay do. You want less capacity for this anyway, so it breaks easier. But yeah, the advantage of the Bronco Buster is not only does it have a built-in brimming part, so you constantly get some healing, but it's got a very short recharge delay and a very fast recharge rate. So after 1 second, it starts recharging, and it takes just over 2 seconds to fully charge. It's like the Cracked Sash or the Band of Sidorak from previous games. Primordial Body Spray? Let's go, Tatsu. That's sick. I fucked up. Stop doing skulls. Do the other thing. See, he said go for the eyes. He said the thing. Chad, he said the thing. I almost missed it. He said the thing. I think of a Deathless with Bronco Buster. It could be interesting. I want to kick booty. Could be interesting. You'd have to have a lot of investment elsewhere to make up that low capacity, but you'd basically be constantly regenerating. So as long as you're not actively taking damage, you just get back to your max quickly. So that sounds nice, but I'd personally go in other directions with the Deathless. Like Static Charge, for example, is the highest capacity ward in the game. So that's a safe bet. Something like the ShamWire or the Trick Mirror has an additional layer of mitigation to help prevent your ward from taking too much damage in the first place. Static Charge also recharges while you slide. So that's what the name is. Sorry, I was distracted. Got a time stall primordial cattle drum last night. If you want it for your build, I appreciate the offer. I don't need it, but it's cool to know that you got that. That's sick. Explain build? Yes, I will. Some kind of thing you do with Deathless Bloodbag? Yeah. So Deathless reserves your HP. Bloodbag increases your HP, so you could use Bloodbag. I would say use Harbinger instead, personally, but you could. Thank you for the reminders. All right, so This build started when I wanted to build around this gun. A times 25 kettle drum. If you remember the stagecoach from Borderlands 3, this is that. Same exact parts, even. So we got that. Bloodbag doesn't work with Deathless. So the HP doesn't go into Deathless? That's weird. It should. Actually, no. You won't get Bloodbag effect because you're not at full health. So you can't Bloodbag. That's right. I forgot that bit. Max health increases do work with Deathless, but Bloodbag's max health increase requires you to be at max health to get it. So, times 25 kettle drum. It's got the standard black powder ricochet thing. It's got a pretty good base damage. And we are combining that with Stabomancers from the Shadows to make it always crit, which means you always get those ricochets. Now, what's better than ricochets? Even more ricochets. So, Play the Ankles can and will trigger off of black powder ricochets. Meaning I could shoot an enemy, get 25 ricochets that hit another enemy in the face, and then that enemy triggers Play the Angles, and then that Play the Angles, after hitting a third enemy, could trigger again and hit a fourth enemy. And those Play the Angles hits hit significantly harder, will apply my Wrath of Nature, and will scale with my ability damage. And all of this is critting, because I'm in from the Shadows. So basically, I'm running around shooting that gun. I'm also doing that with Torg stickies, and times 18 body rockers. Not only do you have a chance to trigger Play the Angles on each of the crits of applying the sticky, but then you have a chance when it detonates for it to do that. And a mail you a good gift? There's no player-to-player mail in this game, Swifty. So yeah, that's great too. But another layer to this is I'm using a corrupted plate mail to get dark magic from everything I'm doing. And this allows this non-elemental gun to have an elemental portion. So that portion scales up with elemental boosts such as this enchant. And additionally, it leaves status effects. And it heals me. The healing allows me to keep better uptime on this enchantment, which is really impactful. And the status effects help me apply Exploit Their Weakness, which is the same category as Wrath of Nature. So I do eventually want to shift to having 6 out of 3 here. Because it's got better uptime than this, but it's like same energy. Also, we have Potent Poisons for damage and duration on dots. We have Contagion to spread these dots around. So basically, it's a Ricochet and dot build. So we got Twin Soul with Echo and Amp. Amp is one of the few increases that will improve your gun dots. So this, if you're applying status effects from a gun, you want as many sources of Amp as you can. You can get Amp on your melee weapon for 3 shots, and you can get it on your ward if you get Amp parts. We got a Shark's Bane, just good gun ring. Pistol mag size is nice for my Ludite. And Shotgun crit is good because I'm using shotguns primarily. This is just the second Shark's Bane I had. I want to replace this one. I just need another Shark's Bane with gun damage. Using a Thurge to help improve my uptime on From the Shadows. And using Racks for thematic purposes. Hero points wise, I'm kind of experimenting. It's an ongoing thing. I'm currently max strength, max constitution, rest and spell with like 1 point in skill. I might change this up, drop some of the constitution to max out spell cooldown. Constitution is nice here because it increases my ward size, which allows me to have more buffer before I lose this enchant. 2 Shark Banes in my file? Cool. Looking for a build I could use Jacob's guns with? I like Jacob's. Well, there you go, you got this setup. This setup is perfect for that. Try this out later on, looks great. I'm glad you like it, Zim. Watch Gearbox nerf this. They buff more than they nerf Kaylee, so... And black powder shotguns were literally buffed week 2 of the game. Got a Primordial White Rider last night, but unfortunately does not consume 2 ammo per shot. Yeah, my Primordial White Rider doesn't 2 ammo per shot either. It's still good though, and that's a nice round 400 damage. It's just nice to look at. Started raid and run, gotta sleep. I appreciate it, Rabbit. Thank you for coming over. I don't know why I didn't get a notification for the raid. But I appreciate you coming over. Thank you. Or maybe I just... No, I see it in my feed. Is my stream manager behind? Yeah, my stream manager doesn't have it, but it shows up on the stream elements thing. I don't know, that's weird. But thank you, Rabbit, I appreciate it. Hey, Onyx, how you doing? All I want is decent build, not get nerfed to the ground. Good thing they have nerfed absolutely nothing into the ground in this game. At all. Literally not a single thing. And I know at least one chatter is typing, but liquid cooling. Guess what? Liquid cooling's still good after the nerf. It's just not a replacement for a build anymore. There have absolutely been nerfs that I wouldn't have supported or implemented. Like, did Rogue Imp really need to get toned down? Absolutely not. But it's still usable. Still good. So they have not turned off any builds. That's another Spectral Talents. It's similar to what I'm using. Better cooldown. But I want cooldown parts. Liquid cooling get a 70% nerf and still being good. That shows just how much the nerf is needed. I mean, if we're being technical, it wasn't even a nerf. It had an incorrect value set, and all they did was change it to the right one. See you on my feet is the biggest compliment by Quack. I said feed, but sure, Meowie, feet just for you. Just for you. If you use Ambidextrous skills, anything to boost spell damage on an action skill, ready or cooldown, whatever that skill affects spells or no, you don't have anything associated with an action skill if you're using Ambidextrous Drax. Nothing that checks for action skill works. Times 3 Ludite's put in work. Ludite is real good. Cooling's still cracked, not gonna lie. Just need a prime. Yeah, it's more of a, you know, you gotta build around it. You gotta have the crit chance or the open crit spot. And then you go from there. A point of hyperbole that was used a lot is, it's worse than purple Skulldugger pistols now. And my response to that is, how long can you shoot a purple Skulldugger without reloading? Still higher DPS than most guns. Most. Ability level +1 blank slate. I have the perfect blank slate already, so no thank you. Ooh, a plate mail. Is that Friend of Flame? It's a good companion skill distribution, but, like, not really a plate mail thing. It's sad. Diamond Gauntlets. Primordial Diamond Gauntlets. This is the multi-class combo I want on a plate mail. Sabo Claw. Because in order, from left to right, that's Potent Poisons, which is dot damage and duration. Dragonor, which is elemental damage, but I don't really care about that. And then Contagion, which is dot spreading. So I want those skills, just not on that armor. Morning, Jaybridge. How you doing? Recently got a Primordial Ludite, 1138 times 2 and 5 mag size, Dark Magic as well. That's sick, Zachariah. That's sick. I'm of the mind that eventually we won't be able to complete the highest level Chaos Chamber without a great deal of effort. I hope that we reach that point, Scoops. But I don't think we ever will, considering there's people already screaming at the top of their lungs on social media every day about Chaos 35 killed builds. And, like, no, it didn't. You just don't know what items are good because you don't experiment. Like, I know I harp on about that point a lot, but there's people who really won't shut up about it, so I guess 2 can play at that. Improvise, adapt, overcome, and get off Twitter. That's fair. That's a fair point. I really can't argue that.
Think you can make it?
People only looking at card damage when comparing DPS? Yes. Genuinely. Hey Swin, how you doing? feel like the problem is people comparing every build to spell shot builds because they don't deal as much damage doesn't mean they're not viable. That is a good point, Mentalist. Yeah. Like, spell shot's overperforming. The solution to that is not, hey, buff 5 things. It's, hey, tone down 1 and then see where everything is. Those stickies ricocheting is terrifying. Hey, Shamwai.
I could get used to this. Go for the eye.
I gotta save Fire Friend. Get out of my way. Why does everyone have to play C35? Because they see other people do it and assume that they're entitled to the same results without any of the effort. Hey Vegeta, Sage, and Prince, how you doing? My character is voiced by the same guy as your character. Over time, 35 will be easier? Yes, as people get more and more gear, as they get more and more knowledgeable about the game, as we get more items added to the game. It always does. Had to play C35 because my mental state dictates it. Isn't that you just want to play C35? No, sadly. But you are aware that nobody is forcing you to, except for you, right? Like, that's the key thing with difficulty in these games. Difficulty is elective. I'm aware. Well, there you go. That's all that matters. There's a key misunderstanding among certain people who believe that, you know, they have to play on the max. Like, no. Unless you really, really want to, you don't have to. But the key thing is no one is forcing you to. There's nothing locked behind it except your personal satisfaction. Curious if anyone knows if Hydra spells and Blast Gasp have interaction. Hydras should Blast Gasp on their hits. J-Bridge. Popped in before work, have a great rest of the stream. I appreciate it, Micro. I hope you have a good day at work. Is Fire Clawbringer any good? Because I got a volatile Vorkanar's Cog. So Vorkanar's Cog has fixed stats, Portal Knight. It is always 2 all damage rolls, fire damage, and Clawbringer power. It always has those. Which makes it pretty good if you're looking for an amulet upgrade and you just want good stats. You can just farm for that. Is that the all-purple build? No, this is like a legendary version of the all-purple build. Enjoy your alert, Kaylee. I want to, but I don't have the gear to keep going. Well, good thing that the game isn't going anywhere, so you can take the time, take as much time you need to farm up and progress. It's a progression-based endgame. You guys know how in Borderlands 2, with climbing OP levels, you had to do what was I gonna say? Do Digipeak to unlock your next OP level, and that was the gear check. Same thing here, except there's just more levels. And, you know, more variants than Digipeak had. Digipeak. Listen, I can't speak. Okay? It's Saturday, my brain no worky. You get what I mean. At a certain point, you just gotta go get better gear. Or use extremely powerful stuff to bypass it entirely, but then be limited to only knowing how that stuff works because you never learn how the rest of the game works. Sound familiar? Want a kettle drum now? They're so nice. Crazy part variance, though. Very unrealistic farm. You're gonna be living at the shotgun bunny for a while. Spellshot being the best user of racks makes me... Yeah. New Spellshot made my idea of Spellshot Greatborn using Mage Staff almost exclusively. Yeah, that's a thing. Mage Staff can double knot, I believe, so yeah. Yeah, it'll wreck. My W key isn't working. Okay, there we go. Scoops, thank you for the 6 months. Do it, I don't want to farm. More power to you. Any legendaries used for bossing? Purple Torque Sticky's been my best bet so far. Sawmill. Sawmill is a great bossing option. I don't...
Space!
Fuck you, Aaron. I don't use it on this build, but Sawmill is fantastic. I also like Great Bows, both the used and the unused variety. White Rider and Livewire are just good guns for all situations. Match elements appropriately where you can, but those can be used for bossing too. Rogue Imp was like the equivalent to this, but in fire in terms of like power. It did get knocked down unfairly. It's still good, but I wouldn't really recommend it for bossing as much anymore. So fire weapons, I'm still trying to kind of figure out. No, Onyx. No, not you too. You'd recommend it? I nose exhaled. I can't lie. You guys are just being toxic. Found that Fear Knots are okay for fire damage. If you get a fire roll, it's not optimal works for me. Fear Knots are great. A lot of people like the pixie ones. I personally like the chain lightning ones. You don't need the chain aspect of the lightning for bossing. You guys are so rude. I'm ignoring all of those. I think Raised by Elves or Inventory Hoarder is best for Spellshot. Village Idiot. Village Idiot. Cat turned on the toy again. Make it work, Cleansing Flame. You can use Cleansing Flame to heal and revive your companions and your allies. That is currently the best use of Cleansing Flame. Really? Yeah, there's an enchantment that makes it, heal and revive. You can do that. Norma word band too. Yep. Y'all are bullying me, and I'm not having it. Good vibes only. Heals 40% of ally HP and revives down once. Yeah, that one. Favorite part about the wargs is how they go skyward when slain. Yeah. it again. Fuck. Keep my points to bully tax. No, I'll refund them later. Found a reviver and put the cleansing flames to chance on it just for fun. These, yeah, Sean, that's such a satisfying looking thing. It's like, I'm the medic. Ever have a room that's almost exclusively suicide goblins? Yeah, I had one that was exclusively the bomber skeletons on a melee build. That was fun. Reviver 2 projectiles. Yeah, you can get a 2 projectile reviver. You can also get 2 extra charges on it. And because charge parts have a cooldown penalty, a 2 charge part reviver is like a 46-second cooldown. But I think it can roll 3 parts. You can get a 2 charge times 2 reviver. Need my rants? Ooh, what am I ranting about, Fusion Rogue? What's the rant topic? I could do one for you. I could squeeze one out. Doing a pure melee playthrough right now. No guns, no spells. It's pain. There's a couple enemies that would be very miserable with that. Drill and Banshee in particular. Dragon Lord, you're gonna have to shoot for Bernadette. You're gonna have to. I don't think she's in Ragnarok or Fatebreaker range. Can this bills in your jaws? Huh? Spell shot balance. Okay, so spell shot is like if someone looked at Salvador, looked at Mose, looked at Zane, and decided they're reasonable. That they could be better. That's spell shot. And people are somehow simultaneously coming to the conclusion that A, game too hard, and B, spell shot not overpowered at the same time. And those are mutually exclusive, which proves the theory that spell shot, it just warps the perception of the game around it, which is the perfect example of something that's too powerful. Do you have any Graveborn setups you like? Several. I've got the Reaper Bones Infinite Ammo Sawmill setup. I've got a Dire Sacrifice setup. I'm working on a couple other things as well. Release the build when it's ready? Yeah, Scoops, I will. I will. Cat, what are you doing? You're too cute right now. What do you want? Do you want food? Is that why you're here? Usually you only come bother me when you want food. For Mose and Sal, I agree, but for Zane, isn't only the kill skill comp? No. Nope. Peak Zane doesn't even use that class mod. In fact, Seeing Dead is like 6th place for Zane class mods as of, 2022. Well, really, as of late 2020, but yeah. Hustler, Executor, Infiltrator, all vastly outpace Antifreeze. Seen multiple people also say they need to bring people to Spellshot's power because they're too weak. Yeah, that's called being bad at building. Which there's no shame in that. I don't want to shame people for not having the skill set to build things. But it is important to understand that if you are going to the highest difficulty and then complaining it's too hard, when it isn't, that's on you. Play a lower difficulty. That's what it's there for. Because it's not too hard. I made a full purple build there's no spell shot, it's just a full purple build and it can do all content. Not perfect rolled gear or anything, just a regular old full purple gun build. Lazy Data has a spellcasting build that literally doesn't equip weapons. Tatsu has a companion build that clears the featured extended, or it clears the featured all curses with the maker in like under 10 minutes. Game not hard. Game just requires investment and understanding, which is a longevity mechanic. Feel the most complaint are not stacking enchants properly. That's a big part of it, Crips. That is a big part of it. Enchantments can wildly swing your damage, and now that you can no longer item brick, you can get enchantments. Also, the joke about Claw having no double dipping skill when initially mentioned is somehow spread, or people now arguing that he needs one to be on par. What? 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 Maybe they need to implement a system that has, like, 90-some ways to tweak the difficulty. Oh, wait. This cat is being very extra right now.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Like, I'm distracted enough by this cat that I just realized I'm using the wrong gun. Really like one thing, or if you aren't actually being attacked, you can revive yourself. Doesn't that kind of remove the entire incentive of several skills and devalue the mechanic? Like, there's skills and items for that. Skeep is a tool that allows any character who wants an out in Save Your Soul to just equip that item, and when they're low health, that thing pops out. If you die, you can shoot it to get out. Spore Warden has a revive. Graveborn and Clawbringer each have a mechanic to catch you before you die. You can cast spells when you're down. Spell Shot can cast spells from 2 hands, so that's Spell Shot's recovery mechanic. Berserker gets near infinite duration. Every class has some sort of way to trivialize it. They missed a commented Stabbo spell, not having this and it makes sense, feels bad. You have 2 hands if you're doing Ambi-Hex. But if you're not doing Ambi-Hex, then yeah, that would track. Make her sub 14 full elite with full curses, sub 7, no extra bosses though. There you go. Do wish Indomitable will put you back in Healthgate though. You get 1 tap when it triggers. Indomitable is less reliable as a save than the other mechanics I mentioned, but it does increase your damage. That's a big thing. Indomitable gives you a lightning bonus element. So you do more damage. So that's the trade-off. Indomitable becomes Guardian Angel when? Why would you nerf Indomitable? They were actually using eruption spells similar to Nova's? Yeah. Basically. Flak Mana very interested in this? Hey. Yeah. This is peak Flak vibes, Kingsley. I love it. I like to repeatedly cast, repeat the spell. I like the knockback eruptions. Very good utility, because it's got a very fast animation, and it just ragdolls everything around you in a pretty wide radius. It's nice for knocking Cyclops out of the sky. Just flying around there, and just... It's really good. How do I maximize spell radius with eruptions and make the frozen art look cute? You could. You could. Tiger Claw. No thank you. Smart Armor. No thank you. Head of the Snake. I don't love Head of the Snake. I said I don't love Head. Area damage, all damage on a Panamasium is cool. But this skill combo does nothing for it. Hey, Cape of Tides. 3 in Swift Death, 1 in Cold Snap, 1 in Haste. Bad passives. I'll leave that. Like using Glacial Cascade lately, good damage, fast cooldown, fun to use. Yeah, I love that spell. One of my favorites. Definitely one of my favorites. With the inferior weapons, do you want low mag and thrown or high mag? Do you mean percentage of your current or like total mag size? It's like, are you asking if you want to throw it as close to full as possible or closer to empty? Or are you asking about the effectiveness of just mag size boosts on your gear? Best type of spells for Polymorph? Polymorph is good at spamming long cooldown spells that have wide AoEs, is my preference there. So things like Calamities with Polymorph are quite nice. Okay, so the Chucks will do more damage based on how many bullets remaining in the mag, generally speaking, Drax. But remember that the more bullets are in the mag and the more total mag size you have, the more ammo you're throwing away each time, so you deplete your ammo faster with more mag size. But the Chucks are stronger with closer to a higher percentage of your available mag. Polymorph enchant's interesting. Yeah, it's really well placed in formula. The awkward thing is that if you've polymorphed an enemy, you don't really need damage boosts against it, and you might not want damage boosts against it, because you're likely using it to cast spells at the other enemies. And polymorph already kind of functions as a damage amp against that enemy, because it turns it into a skeep. And that skeep not only does not fight back, so allows you to line up damage more easily, maybe not crit spots, but it turns it into a flesh health bar, which means, let's say there's an enemy that's immune to fire, you just turn him into a skeep and then shoot him with fire, and you get the fire and flesh bonus. It's great. Say this for just really strong guns. Gluttony's still silly. Gluttony's so powerful. You throw a fuller mag then? For damage, yes. He said another flak line. He said the thing. He said the thing. I love flak lines. Hey, Direct Zero. You know that game, Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep? Yeah. It's a Borderlands 2 DLC that they released as a standalone, and this game is a sequel to that DLC. Pretty cool. Back to Arcane Bolt we go. Arcane Bolt is just that spell. It's just that good. I'm using Rax purely for flavor. Arcane Bolt would be better, but I don't care. Rax for flavor. I hate the sound Loot Cyclops make. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I actually ran away so I wouldn't have to hear it. Certain sounds just... I don't know, it's a weird sensory thing. I cannot physically handle certain sounds. That's one of them. Weird sound things too. For some reason, I really like the shooting crowd with bullet reflection noise. The permanent markers on paper is one of the worst sounds to me. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Just curious, got my first pixie, was wondering about the mechanics of it. Yeah, there you go. It's a spicy nugget of build, scratches my 0 itch. Does it, Zippers? It scratches my flak itch. You can multi-class any single tree from 2 BL3 classes, what would they be? Moe's blue with black red. No, I take that back. Mo's blue with flag green. Mo's blue with flag green.
Bet you wish you turned away.
Better formula in green tree. Yo, Manic Geek, thank you so much for the 18 months with the streak. Always appreciate you. Thank you so much. No, I barely missed. Fuck. And back. Welcome back, Bacon. Had to take the chicken and ribs off the smoker. Oh, how they looking? How they looking? How much time do you think you got left? Is it gonna be an all-day thing? I don't know what time it is where you are or anything, but yeah, I'm curious. Living vicariously once again. Bottomless mag Mo's with fade away and butcher chef's kiss. Alternatively, you take Mo's blue because it's got like most of the crazy Iron Bear stuff and short fuse and Skagden. And the thing that stopped Mo's from like being even more scary, she was already the highest damage one-shotting character they ever made. But she didn't have a flak damage formula. If you give flak short fuse, it's like this game levels of damage. And to the last, yes, CZ loves to the last. Does get slept on. The grenade throw and save your soul. And fight for your life. Fight for your life in that game. See, I keep confusing franchise terms. Save your soul, fight for your life, same shit. Same shit. Start calling my builds the anti-spell shot builds. If I had a choice, I'd say Amara Blue with Black Orange. Amara Blue has some cool, flavorful things, I will say. Like, Avatar is just neat. Violent Tapestry is cool. Wish I could send you some ribs and chicken. Sounds good. You just enjoy. Hey Worlds, how you doing? Zane Blue, Mo's Orange. Gun damage. All of the gun damage. Mo's Red plus Flag Purple would be... actually make Flag Purple not shit, now that I think about it.
Another notch.
It's not for me to smoke beats for a company. Oh. Do you get to have any? This Purple's only build? No, this is my wannabe flak build. I kind of got inspired by the Purple's only. A few casual questions. One, do you think Polymorph and Blizzard should stay active when downed? I feel like I've asked that. Two, do you think Stabmaster means anything can revive it so that it doesn't spell shot? To one, yeah, I think it'd be fair for those to stay active when you go down. Absolutely. To two, I don't think every class needs everything, necessarily. And I don't really feel strongly about Stabo needing a wall down, you know, mechanic thing. I don't oppose it necessarily either, Syria. I just don't feel strongly about it. But I think Blizzard and Polymorph persisting while you're down would be nice. More so Blizzard. Don't feel particularly strongly about buffing Polymorph, but Blizzard could use some help. Do you think there's anything Clawbringer needs changed? So the ward skills, the one that's cooldown based on ward and the one that's ward capacity, those are just kind of bad, honestly. And Cleansing Flames needs a damage buff. I'd also increase the damage on Blastomet's favor, the orb skill. That's what I change about Claw. Using Spectral Talons? Yeah, it's flak. Any good? More for flak purposes. It's not bad. It's not, like, optimal. I'm using it for flak vibes. It's a thematic choice. But I did manage to get a pretty good one. 2 projectile parts and a spell charge. So I get 2 activations, and each one is 4 birds. Each bird hits twice. So not doing anything at all came to the realization, thanks to the nature perspective, we are all, each of us, at the exact center of the universe from our personal POV, of course, but wow. On brand for you, Burnt Toast again. How you doing? I need some better integration between what would be the secondary classes. What do you mean, Fluffy the Llama? I think I kind of get where you're coming from, but I'm just curious to hear your take. So, like, Claw, for example, the action skills scale off of melee and ability, right? Clawbringer has no melee or ability buffs in tree at all. So that kind of thing. Still feeling kind of godlike, know what I mean? It's an interesting thought experiment. All abilities should scale with ability damage, IMO. Barrage scales with gun damage. Though not triggering any gun damage skills, so no reason the melee action skills can't scale with ability damage. Yeah, it seems reasonable, honestly. I mean, you just compare Ghostblade and Dreadwind. Dreadwind is just better Ghostblade, if you can physically hit a target. Because it has that scaling that the Ghostblade doesn't.
Don't think I don't smell you now.
Chum's respawn farm works in the Chaos Chamber. Boy, am I ecstatic. How many ways can Chums get bullied? Holy shit. Poor Chums. Can't catch a break. Bullying for Rainbolt yet. I tested out a different element Rainbolt, and I was like, hey, this is okay, but I decided I wanted to do Rax more. So, we're here.
Enemy in my sights. Easy mark. You were short work.
There we go. Spore Capstone, yes. Spore Claw pet build, sounds fun. Now for 20, why didn't Skeleton want to take Driver's Ed? Why is that? Why does losing your flesh turn you into a bull bastard? He got cold. Obviously. You don't have the guts? Well played, well played. Yeah, Wastard burrows once he loses his skin because he's cold. So for Claw, do both portions of damage get both melee and ability, or do they each get their respective boosts? They each get respective, Black Panther. That's part of the issue, honestly. Each slice of Cleansing Flames gets a very narrow damage formula portion compared to other action skills. And it's also on a long cooldown with a awkward delivery method. And the class itself doesn't boost most of those things. Is it dad joke time? Yeah, why not? It's dad joke hour. Please don't do it for a full hour. Naked mole bastards. Ghostblade, Executioner Blade should trigger melee things like Vampire Nabbed. Hilt mods, non-unique hilt mods are not triggered by things except for melee swings. It's just the non-unique ones though. For example, Spellblade, Goblin's Bane, Diamond Guard Sword. All of those unique hilt mods apply to other things that are melee. It's just Amp, Echo, Rampage, Warrior, Caustic, Vampire, Ancient, and Archmage. All of those are only on hitting with this. Chaotic Blank Slate, but it's a blank one. Cat, what are you doing with that box? Often tell dad jokes, and when I do, he laughs. We're no longer speaking. No, let's do a pincushion doesn't, which be interesting. The thing about pincushion though is it's bad. Like the damage is just not there. Crossbolts and saw blades have a cap number that can be applied at once. So because of that, pincushion just doesn't scale very high. Not a bad fear, not honestly. Claw skills just feel isolated, and the possibilities for complementing other skill trees feels very limited. Yeah, usually the way to boost a Clawbringer mechanic is more by using another tree than using the tree itself. That's a big thing with Claw. Stabbo's kind of in the same boat, but the difference between the two is Stabbo has From the Shadows being one of the best action skills for just increasing your damage output and giving you access to mechanics. My cat is going crazy right now. He got stuck in this box, and I think he's trapped in there. Cat, are you good? Oh no, he got out. He got out. He's just sticking his head back in, because he's sometimes unintelligent.
That's where you little rock blossom.
Recently joined a nudist colony. The first few days were the hardest. I hate that I laughed. I dislike that I laughed. Cat spazzing right now too. Must be one of those days. Official cat day. Catter day. Claw challenging builds in the formula whenever it can. Yeah. They're on opposite ends of a spectrum. You have Spell Shot, which kind of does everything for you and more. Just very surface level, like boom, 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 there you go. Whereas on the other end, you have Claw that has some power there, but it's very specific in how you need to access it. For example, Awe is a great damage increasing skill. The crit damage from Awe is additive with Shrine Crit. Why is my game doing this? Holy shit. It's additive with Shrine Crit rather than being in the category with Strength. So Awe is like a very valuable damage increase. But it requires you to use 2 specific elements for its 2 specific effects. And also, it's a tier 5 skill. So, like, it's hyper-conditional. Whereas something like Spell Shot is just like, I don't know, bro. Exist. Berserker tree is just packed with damage formula stuff and quality of life. You know what they need to add to Wonderlands to make all good? Thunderfire from TPS. I'm personally a fan of just making new things. Like, returning guns leads to situations like, hey, the sword explosion's in this game. It's also terrible. So people hate that it's in this game. You know, leads to that. I like new concepts. Or bringing something back and then slightly altering it. Like, we don't have the Sham, we have the Shamwai. It's different. We don't have the old god, we have the ancient deity. Slight twist on an old favorite would be, I feel, the appropriate middle ground. Sword explosion is different. It's a splash shotgun that shoots swords. Other than that, how is it different? Has a new sticky effect? That is just a product of the manufacturer system changing between games. The Maggie in Borderlands 2 didn't have black powder ricochets, but it's still a Maggie. And the BL3 Maggie is still a Maggie. No one thinks those feel different, because it's the same gun. Sigma mode, you reload, summons a big sword, and splash swords don't become more swords. Okay, that's different enough. Does the big sword do any meaningful amount of damage? It kind of sucks compared to using other stickies. No? All it needs are Maelstrom stacks from Athena's skill tree. Maelstrom was a very beloved mechanic in the player base, I must say. Nose runs, my feet smell. It's right anymore. That's a good one. I like that one. Okay, I've been farming the feature run a few times. This last run I was doing very noticeable more damage with nothing, changing my sports explosion builds, consistent room to room. Find it hard to say it's RNG proc. Could you tell me more about the build, Dyson? Multi-class combo? Did you take more blessings? Did you take different curses? What weapons are you using? Etc. Is there a way to force an autosave after read-only farming? Is it just safe to go to the main menu? The game saves on most actions, so you could drop and pick up an item. It is a quick way of doing it, if you want to force a save. Give Claw commit. Okay. Crossbow Maggies, Fire Stickies, call it the Monty. You know, I really like that idea, Kingsley, I'll be honest. Sticky Shotgun build, Warden Zerker, Body Rocker, Explosion Chant. How about the Curses and Blessings part of that? Did you have, like, Critical Connoisseur in one run and not the other? Or, you know, any damage swinging thing. Toothless. Nullify. Nope, stay consistent. I don't know. I do not know. It's extremely unlikely, but it could have just been crit RNG. I don't think that's what it was, but I'm putting it out there because it's possible. Good one, Burt Toast. Good one. Maybe don't tell people to do that in a place where, you know, they don't understand jokes sometimes. So for moderation purposes, I'm deleting that. But I did find it amusing. I once saw someone get a several-day suspension. Actually, it was a permaban that they appealed on Twitch for quoting American Psycho in chat. So just for safety. Suck. As of that point, some of which is taking me a few to kill. You literally melted. Did you have the Chaos 0 HP bug? Occasionally, you'll load into a run and enemies will not have Chaos HP applied. Sometimes that can cause wild swings in damage between runs. Free speech is worth the fight. For you, maybe. Not for me. I need to pay my bills. Had to be if that's a known bug. Yeah, occasionally you'll just... It'll seem like you're doing more damage. Your damage hasn't actually changed. But instead, enemies just don't have any health. Switch doesn't apply to Twitch? Yeah, that's also a whole separate thing, but yes, that is accurate. Private company, yada yada yada. Terms and conditions, etc, etc. Anyway. It's Chaos HP bug, and how do you trigger it? It seems to be random. Some runs you'll have it, some runs you won't. The way you fix it is with a save quit. What if they did a Wonderlands 2 where Dragonlord redeems himself? This is we take on the handsome sorcerer with him. Comes a Dragon King, swords, stands beside Queen Butt Stallion. I would hate everything about that. Gonna be honest. The Lands franchise being so handsome Jack and handsome sorcerer centric makes me uninterested in anything it has to offer. New things, new ideas, new directions. Constant rehash is the death of creativity. Super nice though, easiest run ever. Yeah. Jack is so overused. And then people... So, a lot of portions of this fan base will say that subsequent villains didn't live up to Jack. And yeah, of course, because they're not attempting to. Like, when you view everything through the lens of Handsome Jack, and you will never accept anything different, you've become unpleasable, because they could do one of two things. Either A, the approach they've been doing, where they throw a Handsome Jack Easter egg in literally everything they do, and that's it, and people don't shut up about it. Or B, they make everything revolve around Jack again, and people complain that it's not original. This way is better. There's like 2 or 3 references to Jack in this game, even. Borderlands 3 had an entire DLC that was a Jack reference. It had multiple NPCs in both base game and DLC areas that were Jack references. It had a gun that said Jack voice lines. Like, I think we're good. How you doing? Doing well, Never Find. How are you? Love Season Pass 2 to be some good story campaign, help Tina deal with Borderlands universe problems like forming the B team and raising her skags, losing Lilith and such into the current Borderlands universe. I personally would not really care for that. This is an unpopular opinion as well. I know I'm full of those. But I thought that the B team was the most uninteresting inclusion in Borderlands 3 and detracted from the entire experience because, oh hey, these characters that didn't have much personality before still don't have much personality, and now this is just kind of here instead of giving screen time to characters that are more interesting and underdeveloped. I hated everything about the B team except for the one Mordecai mission, because that was emotionally impactful. You know the one. Someone named Handsome Hack or something. Yeah, Dragonlord talks about that, Ways of Silence. Emotional damage. Couldn't care less about the villain endgame. They have no bearing on content. That's how I tend to feel about it as well, Dyson. But remember, some people do consume these things for the narrative side of it. Like TPS, I think one of the very few. People who like gameplay structure stuff. Like things like skill tree design and character design things. TPS resonates a lot in those communities, so I like TPS as well. It's just content light, that's all. And it had its issues, pacing, the grinder debacle. You know, it had its issues. But TPS had some of the best character skill tree design they've ever done. And there were some core ideas in TPS that were very good ones. That's a warp paradigm. Alien ability increased by spell. It's a Greatborn spell shot one. Not great skills. Only one in Ascension, but that's still like... Huh. Companion crit chance and companion damage. With ability damage. Hang on. Is this a pixie armor? Is this a pixie armor? Fuck off. God damn it. Really need to play through TPS to see what Claptastic Voyage is all about. I've heard nothing but great things about that DLC. Very good. I highly recommend. If you take my claw and give me Athena, I wouldn't say no. I enjoyed Timothy a lot. It's a Hydra armor. If it's a Hydra armor, I'm more open to it, but... Is that a Retour? How you doing? Dreams playing Athena in a Borderlands game that has a great endgame? Yeah. Yeah. TPS not having endgame is the biggest, sad about that game. Athena's just claw, but better. I'm getting that vibe a lot from people, yeah. Does Blast Gas count as companion damage since it originates from the Demi-Lich? No. And also it doesn't. Do you mean Hellish Blast? Because that's just a Demi-Lich attack. That is companion damage, but Blast Gas does not. And it is not. Yeah, times 16 Kettle Drum. This is a pretty good one. If you're trying to do the build that I'm doing, this is not a bad starter shotgun to go for. It's not a 21 or a 25, but 3 mag is a significant bonus to damage. And 16 is still a lot. This is good.
Oh, look at Money Pants over here, eh?
Hey Dogman, how you doing? When do you think community build docs will be out? It'll take quite some time. It's not a simple undertaking. There's a lot of work over a lot of years, even, for a lot of people. I'm not saying it'll take years, but those of us who maintain build docs in BL3's lifecycle are still just kind of playing the game right now, and we are very early on in terms of balancing things. the builds docs as we currently know them for BL3 didn't really exist until like a bit after DLC 2. This is around the Mayhem 2.0 update, which was 9 months into the game, and we are 1 month into Wonderlands. So, not saying it'll work out the same. The community's much more structured in that regard right now, but it will not be in the very short term. Schmetter flag is this? We're doing kettle drum stuff with our rack spell, and fade away. Fuck it, I'll call it fade away. It's Gunboy with racks to get fade back. Cat, don't do it. No. Weekend means after drag mass, find the remaining lucky dice. It's okay, you only gotta do it once. It even says the voice lines. It's the best part.
C for effort. C minus.
Pretty on point cosplay, to be honest. Looks cool. You look cool. Fucking got him. So Kevin, I got a Jake behind me, and I got a Jake on my lap, excuse me, and a Kevin behind me. Got me confused about my own cat's names. Mostly I just can't speak today. Me brain no worky. It's Catter Day. Pretty cool build, thank you. I'm having a good time with it. Goddamn cursed crabs hit so hard. But Stallion did not have a chance there. A chaotic tiebreaker. Yes, please. Cats to the left of me, another to the right. Here I'm stuck in the middle with you. How's it with the boss thing? It's pretty good with bossing, depending on the boss. I tend to use, you know, old reliable, because we have the setup for it. We got stickies in both the shotgun and the pistol variety. But you can also, if you chose to, you could, say, shoot a sawmill. You have From the Shadows, so you can boss very well with this. If I remember to, I'll hit the yellow raid boss and we can show that off.
You were short work.
skill tree. Yeah, I'll leave it up on screen right now while I feed this cat real quick. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Yellow boss, best boss, my favorite too. Look at all the pieces needed from her companion build. Nice. You know, found out that the element you hit the pineapple barrels with are the ones it'll explode with. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that either. Question, people use Stabo primarily as a secondary class solely because of the class feat and early skills, with very few going later in the tree because it's just average. Well, the class feat is one of the weaknesses of Stabo, not the positives. So, Stabomancer has the weakest class feat in the game. Out of all of them. It's the least impactful. Stabo has a couple unique mechanics that are nice. Evasion is a unique mitigation form, which can be very powerful, because not taking damage is the best form of survivability. Capstone can be built around. Alchemical Agent is very good when built around. Exploit Their Weakness is a really good damage multiplying skill. Like, think of it like Wrath of Nature. It's the same thing. So those things are all good. And then for melee, you've got swing speed. But the biggest draw of Stabo is from the shadows. Most setups are taking Stabo for this. Most. Yo, Mr. Third, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Thank you for your support. It means a lot. Would Arsenal or Potent Poisons be better for a stab, burr, cold gun build? So the reason why I took Potent Poisons here is because it enhances my Dark Magic dots for healing. Also, I'm using Contagion to spread a bunch of dots. And I already have a bunch of gun damage elsewhere. This, per point, 3% gun damage. Thank you again, Mr. Third. I appreciate it. 3% gun damage for a skill point is, like, trash tier. I'm already getting, 4% per point over here, which I'm taking to get down the tree. So Potent Poisons just works out better when you're using elemental stuff. The duration in particular is really nice when doing dark magic stuff. So I would pretty much always say if you have a large amount of gun damage already, Potent Poisons could provide your build more, because it's harder to get these stats than it is these stats. But if you just need more gun damage, then yeah. If you could change Stabo's class feat or skill tree, what would you do? I would make Swift Death and 1,000 Cuts not in the categories they're in damage-wise. I would move one of these to a different part of the formula. I would move Sneak Attack to a different part of the formula. Because these three skills, due to where they're placed, are utterly unimpactful. And I'd make the class feat smaller, but post-add, so it would be a flat crit chance rather than a mult, which would make it work out to be more impactful. That's what I would change about Stabo. With Burr, you don't have gun damage but cold, but you get a lot of gun damage from gear. So the better your gear is, the less you need gun damage in skill tree, the more you want other things. Like, Volatile Shark's-Bane is 39% gun damage right there. That is over 13 points worth of Arsenal. You could get 13 points in Arsenal, and this is better. Gear, in general, in this game is more impactful than skill tree. Which means the better your gear, the less you need to take the direct damage stuff in skill tree. Still not sure what Dark Magic Dot does, as from all my tests seems to not heal and not proc life steal on any hits, it's just a dot. Dark Magic returns HP in a threshold-based mechanic. It is not lifesteal based on your damage dealt directly. Dealing more damage does cause Dark Magic to heal you more, but it's not like lifesteal where you dealt, you know, 1 billion damage and you get back 5% of that instantly. It's not like that at all. It's a little more indirect. But basically, the healing you're seeing here on my setup, if I should ever take damage, a chunk of it is from Body Ruin, but the vast majority is applying Dark Magic status effects to multiple things. I'm going to try to take a hit here if I can. Oh, hit me? There we go, thank you. See that progressive healing? That was Dark Magic status effects from a bunch of enemies, just... That's why I boost up Dark Magic and status effects. Because I'm using an enchant on my ward that gives me a bunch of damage, but my health has to be full. Firing sounds bringing back memories. Is it tempting you? Now make Zane? I'd rather not. Zane is easier to stack move speed and go stab out. Zane played in lots of ways. The Zane I would want to make would be a pet build, and that's, you know, cursed. Would be the worst combo class in this game. The combos that I'd say require the most gear and the most specific things to work probably be Claw Grave or Stabo Grave. Would be my educated guesses. Yo, Soccer Chick, thank you for the 7 with the streak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing fantastic, and I appreciate you. I couldn't see that animation because my mushroom was too thick. The tip of the mushroom was just causing problems.
one.
Oh how podgy woggy. Qua.
Thank you again, Soccer Chick. I appreciate it.
Just stay down.
Marked for death.
Mushroom's name an Elden Ring reference? It is! It is! I'm glad you got that one, Irish.
I blame you for trying.
That was a lot of drops. Cool. Still, it's somewhat sad the idea of Stab was crits and status, and crits is a separate thing as well as snipers. They don't focus on the aiming as much as the prog and crits. I think they wanted to go for a more chaotic, if you forgive the joke, design, and less the methodical, you know, sit back and snipe stuff. They've also moved away, and I think this is a good decision, they moved away from the concept of, this character uses this gun type. Like, you know, no sniper damage and skill trees and stuff like that. And they hadn't completely moved away with BL3, because Flak had things like Ambush Predator, which was crit damage, but only if you were far enough away. So I think this is just a continuation of that ideology. Think Chaos levels would be better or worse if it didn't upgrade enemy damage too? If I had to pick one, better, but I don't feel strongly about it. If I had to pick one, I would say it would be an upgrade to stop enemy damage scaling. Is my game okay? Well, here you go. Here's bossing. Doing this fight on like 10 FPS is kind of awkward, but there you go. Damage is double, not levels of disrespect. Well, like I said, From the Shadows is real good. That's the main power of Stabo. It's that. Your own game's trying to stop you from doing too much damage. Certainly seems that way, doesn't it? Next level PowerPoint. I worked hard on it. I'm glad you like it. I don't really like Chaos levels upgrading enemy damage, because usually if an enemy one-shots you, health gates to save you, the dot still gets you. Yeah, if you look at BL3's endgame, for example, enemy damage did not change at all from Mayhem 0 to Mayhem 11, and it was fine, because there were other things that did change. I don't really think that enemies need to be doing more damage as it scales up, but it's not caused any problems for me yet. I imagine it'll feel real annoying for melee builds at a certain point, though. Maybe with the next Chaos Cap increase we get. What's other skill on Sabo like? Any good? Yeah, I legitimately forgot what it was for a moment, and it's Ghostblade, which is just Dreadwind but worse. Dreadwind but worse with the caveat of you can do it from range. And you can still shoot while it's active. But Ghostblade can be made to work, but it's more doing it for the sake of Ghostblade rather than doing it for the sake of it being good. That's a spell damage paradigm with 2 in awe. Greatborn Capatides. Companion damage and all damage. Whew. Gear heavy as well? Yeah. Another plate mail, but not the skill combo I want. Oh, he does a spear spell get over here? That'd be fun. I'd like that a lot. God roll companion cape. Skills could have been like slightly better, but I can't complain. That was real good. Buff and rework Stabbo and nerf the pants on spell shot, then the next hotfix patch. See, the thing about Stabbo is I've outlined the shortcomings of the character, but does that mean that I think it needs to be buffed? No. Stabbo's got some things that aren't good, but because this exists, it doesn't matter. Because the class, if you include everything within the kit as an evaluation of the class, as a fairness metric across all classes, then yeah, Stabbo doesn't need help. Because this is part of it. It's like how Cleansing Flames drags down Clawbringer a lot. From the Shadows elevates Stabomancer a lot. I'd say Spell Shot on its own is a more pressing issue. And then tuning up individual action skills across multiple classes. For example, Spore Warden's Blizzard kinda sucks. Berserker's Feral Surge kinda sucks. Clawbringer's Cleansing Flames kinda sucks. I'd address those first. Characters having shortcomings contributes to build diversity. A perfect no downside character kills the game over time. True. We saw by the end of BL3, Moze and Zane had almost no downsides left, and people were very bored by those characters. They became very predictable. Which is why it was so weird when I started playing Zane, and people were like, why are you playing Zane? I'm like, look, it's a pet build that clears faster than yours. And they're like, oh. Okay. That's fun. Yes, I played Zane entirely for toxic reasons. Well, for dinner? I'm craving sushi right now, to be honest, Tatsu. Some situations, the underwhelming skills seem a bit worrying, considering how some of the BL3 skills went sort of unaddressed, but I hope it's different this time around. They've done a similar amount of skill tuning, Rhetor, to very early BL3. We've not gotten yet to the point where, you know, we got the Flak and the Zane full restructures, with Flak getting pet damage everywhere, and the Yawp buff, etc., and Zane getting the kill skill rework. We've not gotten to that point, but in terms of tuning individual skills, they have tweaked things. Like, Clawbringer's Capstone had a 25-second cooldown that they just yeeted out the window. No cooldown now. And then they also massively buffed the damage and the tracking. So I am optimistic. Hey, Rohith, how you doing? I live in a rural city with nothing. Sushi isn't this? Understandable. Still doubt they're gonna fix corrupted plate mail plus NV bug where it doesn't spawn puddles. Yeah, that's probably not a well-known thing, Saryu. I didn't know about it till you mentioned it. The Unlurk client worked today. I appreciate the lurk. That was a smooth room.
Some spells.
Reminds me of Mars Samsara bug reported in February 2020. Still doesn't fix to this day. If by bug you mean it not working with Grasp, that's intended. It works on Grasp immune damage. It not working on Ties that Bind is probably for the best. That part's probably a bug, but that's the only thing about Samsara that's bugged, other than it incorrectly stating what kind of health regen it gives. Because missing health, not max health. Yeah, that's a text thing, if anything. But yeah, Rage and Recover still tells you it's missing health when it's max health. Over in the Flak Tree. Pizza place is closed, and now I'm just depressed. Sag.
Talons of the Tempest.
That was a science experiment that didn't work. Just seeing if I could get amp off punching a corpse. Hang on, that was the center. But no. Turns out you can shoot bodies and be toxic, but you can't punch them. Quick question before I go on Lyric. Got a Primordial Afterburners hoping to build around it is worth the effort? I would say not really. I would say not really. And if anything, Primordial makes the item harder to get value out of, because you have more to... You have to take more damage for it to break, and you need to restore more reward for it to fill. So you're just getting fewer Novas, and Chaos Tier does not increase the damage of the Afterburner Novas. So it just kind of, like... With Nova shields, you don't want them to even be chaotic. You want just clean, normal. Also, things like Nova Shields that have very limited damage formula in this game and no Mayhem scaling equivalent, they're not going to hold up very well over time. They already weren't great at 20, and now we're at 35, without them having gone up. Hey Scott, how you doing? New Tide Armor drop from Chums, or is it World Drop? Both. You can get it in the World Drop pool, and it, at some point it'll be in Chums' pool. Chums' pool increases as he gets more forms. So, I think as of this week, he has the spell in his pool now, in addition to the stuff he had in week 1. And next week, he'll be getting another one, another item, until he has, I imagine most of the DLC items, if not all. Rocket should be next week. Cool.
I've got all the magic I need.
It's a really good launcher, to be honest. Got a Volatile Frostburn. Nice. I need to mess with Frostburn more. I love the quest reward spells. Like, they're all cool. My least favorite's probably the the hand grenade reference. But, like, they're all cool. Yeah, we saved Butt Stallion for once. Hey, Pericles. At what level do you think it's good to farm for volatile items? 25, 27? It's not really something you farm for, per se. Because, like, the way this game kind of works out balance-wise is it's not tuned to the highest tier of gear available, even on the highest difficulty. It's just something that opens up. So on Chaos 20, your highest available is volatile. The game doesn't really... It's not tuned to where you need full volatile to be efficient or anything. And the same is true at 35 with Primordials. You can just be in full Volatile and you're fine. You can be in full Chaotic and you're still fine. So it's not something I would really stress about farming. It'd just be get the upgrades as you get them. And honestly, the parts on the items are still going to matter more than the tier for most things. Now, maybe if you have a staple of a gun that your entire setup's structured around, and it doesn't have crazy part variants, like let's say your build is around the White Rider. It's not too bad to get a good parts White Rider, so maybe grind out a Volatile one of these. But if you were going to try to, say, refarm a Kettle Drum for a new Chaos tier, I would not recommend that ever. Ever. Never, ever. Same thing with armor. If you get a good armor roll, I would not waste my time trying to improve it. If it happens, cool. If it doesn't, whatever. Nice. 45% class power on a Primordial. It's crazy. How'd you make Stab Grave using Ghostblade work, playstyle-wise? I would not do that, is my immediate instinct, Irish. Game is broken, no extra money in mini-event. Crack Mesco will only get $1. Did you save quit, Carman? Did you save quit? Yes, and restarted? Okay, that's probably what happened. Yeah, I know you might have been expecting the other response, but sometimes things break if you restart your game. Like, from going through a loading transition, certain things will get weird. Now, in terms of the money thing, a similar thing's been reported since launch where sometimes some people, their money drops just don't work. Like, they could use a Goblin Pickaxe, which I believe gives you like 900 gold or something. Some people will get 1 instead. And I've not seen much consistency there, but it is not a universal bug. It is a small-scale thing. I believe that's connected to the event money thing. Wish they would have fixed the smart armor glitch. It was just reported like a couple days ago, Dyson. It's pretty new information. These things take time to identify and then more time to fix. Like, the community at large, most of the community still doesn't know about that. And I guarantee it wasn't reported to them until, like, this past week. So. Thanks for the answer? Yeah, of course. I'm sorry that's happening to you either way. It's, this game gets a bit weird sometimes with, functionality through load screens in particular. Smart armor glitch. Smart armor turns off on map transition. You need to unequip it and re-equip it if you'd like to keep the effect every time you go through a load screen. Morning Thumb, how you doing? Got a Primordial White Rider, it's much worse than my Volatile. You can still get a bad part swing. Like, my Primordial White Rider is kind of middle of the road. It's not a 2 ammo per shot one, but the other parts are good, which is why I'm using it. So it's still possible to get screwed by part variants, but a White Rider was just an arbitrary example I gave because it was something I had available. You can fill in the blanks on, you know, things that don't matter too much parts-wise. Did my 2 per shot to lazy, and then got day after. Oh, the White Rider. Yeah. Shield using? I'm using a body rune for the fire bonus element, which allows me to apply more dots, and also for the heal. Getting a kill with a body rune on gives you a chunk of your max HP back, and that helps me maintain my my ward enchant. which is this enchant. While health is full, gain 25% gun damage, 25% critical hit damage. Now, neither of these boosts are actually gun or crit damage. Instead, they're both damage boosts in the conditional damage category. They're both there, so they add to each other. That are applied on either gun damage dealt or crit damage dealt. So you get both on a gun crit, you get one on a gun hit, you get one on a crit, etc. But basically this means, I know that sounds complicated and like, why are you nitpicking? This goes in a section of the formula where there's a lot less stuff. Like, some classes have a bunch of stuff there, but this is really good formula-wise. Much better than regular gun or crit damage. Stab pad. Hey Stone Swan, how you doing? All these racks just to feel good. Actually looks like a nice spell. It's not bad. There's definitely better options to gacha, but I'm kind of pleased with how it's a happy medium between form and function. Wonderful just got home from work in 2 hours, getting paid for 4. Ooh, that's always a good feeling. Get that bread thumb. Or, whatever you prefer. Celiac disease, gluten allergy, whatever. There we go. Racksta. Yes.
Another notch.
Barrels and walls will forever be my enemy. Hey, walls save you from Son of a Witch. Can Hammer Shield proc Blast Chill? Yes, yes it can, Harry. Yes it can. The Hammer and Anvil? Yes. Primordial Spellblade. Unfortunately, it has Rampage, which is the worst of the hilt modifiers by, like, a lot. So I'm gonna leave that there. Smart Armor Bug's always active. It's active on map transition, and you drop the armor, or unequip it, then re-equip it, and you're good. Infinite Barrels will forever be my enemy for my Nova build. Yeah. 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 Yeah, my game is not liking these raid boss encounters right now.
Enemy in my sights.
I was trying to be cheeky. Where's my health? There's my health.
Ready to bring the arcane pain.
So an unfortunate thing about From the Shadows builds on Gloop is that because of the mechanics of the boss, your action skill is just a hard nerf. So it actually does take longer, and I should honestly switch to I should switch to Blizzard for Gloop. Yes, I did just say that. I should switch to Blizzard to keep my action skill active and chance. Do that in the next run. First you soak them, then you pound them. Yes. On a delivery service, does bulk mac and cheese with bacon? Hell yeah. That sounds amazing. I never try Arby's mac and cheese with the Bacon King, but the mac and cheese and the Bacon King so good. Huh. I haven't had Arby's in several years. I have enough stomach issues, but I'll give it a shot if I ever do. Yeah, that's way better. Hey, yeah, Blizzard for Gloop, and From the Shadows for everyone else. Cool. Does Gloop resist crits or something? No, Gloop has an open crit spot. And From the Shadows, the way it functions is it gives you a 25% damage penalty. To everything you do, you shave 25% off the final result. But in exchange, it makes everything crit. But if you're already critting, it's just worse. You're just 25% damage penalty. So since Gloop, once you do the mechanic, is just all crit spot. Worked at Arby's for 6 months and legit PTSD from an oh no. My game is struggling today. My little wish is the loot dice change or something we could toggle. A lot of people have provided that feedback, Jaybridge. I personally don't feel strongly about it either way, but yeah, you're not the only one. I could keep that equipped. Shark Bane, that's melee damage. Sag, more spectral talents. Simple Cast seems to have a better base cooldown. But it's going to hit a lot less hard. I'll have to think about that. Nerf Blizzard, buff From the Shadows. Yes, sir. I'm Stu Gluttony so good. Nice. Still remember the only good ranged melee. Stabo Capstone is also ranged melee. The projectiles spawned by the Metal Loot and the Ragnarok and the Fatebreaker and the Wailing Banshee, those are all melee. Now they require you actually using a melee weapon, but they're all melee. That's all the ranged melee stuff I can think of at the moment. Volatile Calamity. I never get good skill rolls on this multi-class combo. It's always been 1 Ascension, at least 2 in Warcaster. 2 Ascension, 3 Warcaster. Last gas drop with Turtle. Awkward. Never mind, Toast is way wrong game. Another one. So you're doing extended run this time. I want to fight some other bosses. Volatile Ludite, but it's times 2. Sad. Do you have Panamasian build? No, I don't. It's something I might explore with low expectations, because that armor effect just isn't very good. Like, at Primordial, you start to get to an amount of base damage that maybe would be worth having on, like, Chaos 10. But you only get Primordial at Chaos 35, and Chaos 10 is, not exactly difficult. It's just awkward. I'd say that armor effect is one that, could use some tuning.
Think you can make it?
I love that the birds, they do another pass. Like, they'll hit the target and fly by them, and then they'll come back and hit them again.
I've got all the magic I need.
That's probably why I feel like I'm getting so much value out of these extra projectile parts. Because I'm getting 8 hits. Built-in rack pack. Made a Ghostblade build? No. It can be done, but I don't have much interest in doing Ghostblade build. Like, the Theory Crafter in me is like, weak. Like, you can make Ghostblade do stuff. I think Bad Karma has a pretty good Ghostblade setup, to name one of the many people who messed with it. But ultimately, from a theory perspective, it's just Dreadwind, but bad, but can hit a couple things that Dreadwind can't. But Ghostblade isn't hopeless. You can build around it to some success. I just don't personally care for the action skill, so I don't plan on building around it. You know, Steel CC orgs have names now? Do they? I didn't pay attention. I did not pay attention. This is news to me. And it's just occurring to me how relaxed I am doing Chaos Chambers. I'm just, like, I forgot I was streaming for a moment. I'm just relaxed. I enjoy this so much. Just putting together a build, then cruising through Chaos Chambers while I go for some upgrades. I really like this game's endgame. Like, a lot. A lot. It's exactly what I wanted. Got some interesting bosses on the raid boss tier. Got very replayable content, lots of build diversity, lots of personality, a lot of variation in what you see as you play. This game ticks a lot of boxes for me. How extended your action skill like that? I have Stabbo Power. So you have a base of 8 seconds here, and with you, if you get more Sabomancer Power, which you can get from your armor and your amulet, it gives more duration. That's the main thing. I also have this enchantment. Now this diminishes very quickly, but up to 2 seconds back on the cooldown each time I reload. This falls off to a point where you can expect maybe getting like 6-ish seconds total off of this enchantment. And then I do have 1 duration passive on this ring. Love that, thanks. You're very welcome. Spell and melee increased by ability, and it rolled 3 points of the ability damage skill. Some Mimi, I'll take it. Some leg armor gives 1 class buff? What do you mean? Not to my knowledge. But do you have an example? Here's just gives Stabbo. Gives spell shot. I'm just not a spell shot. Oh, yeah. You have me scared for a second. I was like, what manner of spaghetti is this? But yeah, no, it gives 2 classes. I'm just not the second class. And this will happen in a lot of builds you see because skill rolls are determined by class combination on armor. So to get the skills I want on a plate mail, for this build, for example, none of those combinations are Stabbo Spore Warden. So I won't have Spore Warden power in this build at all. But fortunately for me, Spore Warden power doesn't really do anything for this build either. I'm not using a Spore action skill, so I don't need the damage. And it's not, due to a bug, it's not applying to play the angles, nor does play the angles even needed if it was applying. So, like, I'm all good. The only other things Spore power does for this setup is mushroom damage and HP, and I don't really care about that. Word ban on that. Alright, Dagacha. 10 minutes on the clock, I can't say that word. Got a Primordial, Head of the Snake for Stabbo and Spore Warden. Nice. Head of the Snake is one of those things that if I got a good enough one, I'd build around it, but until then, I just don't have much of an interest. That's a good roll on a random amulet. Shame it's only chaotic, but gun mag and gun reload speed? What I got here? Neat. Doing trades with viewers. We have a Discord with a community saves channel where you guys can share your saves. I do plan on distributing my build saves once I'm a little more confident in what I've got to offer and once a little more time has passed. So that'll be a separate channel. But there's also a trading and LFG channel in the Discord, which is, you know, relatively active if you have an interest in that. There's a bunch of people that do farm a lot, and they keep an eye out for things that other people in the Discord are farming for. I can help you getting items. And while I wasn't paying attention, yes, that Evil Eye Crab did murder me through a wall. That's why I hate Evil Eye Crabs. They are next level. They teleport out of your... They're so rude. I don't even know where it went. I'm gonna kill all the other enemies. Fuck that. Nightmarish. Five scared of crabs? Honestly, yes. After playing this game, yes. Mushroom tanking like a champ. Cool thing about the mushroom is, if you get some investment into some ally healing, it can actually tank for a pretty long time. Like, there's the enchant that makes your companions heal over time when you reload. Also gives them some crit chance, that's pretty nice. There's the Clawbringer Storm Dragon Judgment, or not Storm Dragon Judgment, Cleansing Flames enchant. It makes your big hammer bonk heal your allies. There's Fortifying Sigils, which heal all allies in the vicinity. So you can set up the mushroom to tank pretty effectively, honestly. Say if I was like a pizza topping console. Well, at least because there's full crossplay in Meowie, you can at least get a friend who can use a save file, and then get the stuff from them. Unfortunate timing. Probably should have saved my action skill. Oh, it'll come back. You don't elite your portals. Sometimes I don't want to invest the time into a run for that. Sometimes I feel like it, sometimes I don't. There's very little rhyme or reason to when I do and when I don't. Often it's just I'm not thinking about it and I'm on autopilot. When did they add Chaos Chamber to BL3? Amp is from your hilts? Yes. I get 3 amp shots after bonking, and because I'm using a twin soul that has both amp and echo, I have a lot of incentive to do that melee, to deliver the echo. So I may as well get another benefit. Drops, what boss drops the snake stick? I don't know. I farm all my gear from Chaos Chambers. I use the bunnies. So I don't know most dedicated drops, for being honest.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Would a Buffmeister with Pew help you a lot instead of the Burbs? Yeah, Teacup, but that's something you could say about pretty much every build. The Buffmeister is not interesting in its applications, nor does it require any real thought. It's something you could slap on. And that's fine if you enjoy that kind of thing, you know. Whatever you enjoy at the end of the day matters in a video game. But for me, the things I like doing and the things I like structuring my content around, I like working a little harder in my build crafting. I don't find any satisfaction in using the Buffmeister because it's an easy way out. It's hit button to make everything better. There's no synergy. There's no. I just don't care for it. Respect for that. I'm glad you think so.
Storm takes flight.
Should revive the dog. This black powder build too? Yeah. The main weapon of choice is this this ×25 kettle drum. So you can kind of use anything that functions in a similar way that's powerful. ×4 crossbow generator is probably pretty good on this setup. I just don't have a good one yet. I use torque stickies for bossing a lot. You know, used great bows are pretty fantastic. Because you get these to ricochet, things just die. It's crazy. Do hate that Pixie's the go-to top tier damage build right now. I just want to do what you do and go around shooting stuff rather than constantly pressing R for damage. Yeah, and that's part of why I think Pixies are among the things that I would like to see toned down. Exactly what you said. It's very easy to do. It's not very involved in player gameplay, and it peaks really, really high. Pixies, like, in a perfect world for me, the amount of work you have to put into a build should affect the amount of damage you get out of it, right? And the amount of work you have to put into a gameplay as well. But Pixies are just kind of, hey, get a Pixie. Okay, step 2, be this class. What you do on this class doesn't matter, just be this class. Spell shot. And step 3, reload. And you don't aim, you don't pay attention, you just make more Pixies to solve your problems. I don't find that entertaining. And I think that it suppresses the creativity of the player base, as long as it's an option that peaks so high. What do Pixies do that Hydra don't? More damage. Also, they move.
Watch out!
Python boss. How long do word bands last? 10 minutes. Definitely within that window, I think. Last gasp with delay and recharge, aka the worst possible parts you want on a last gasp. That's awkward. It's passed? Oh, cool. I have no sense of time. Put a lot of effort into the status build and they do lackluster damage. I think you should be more rewarded for more effort. And more unconventional means. I feel like I'm the minority of peeps when it comes to Pixies. Makes me feel like a summoner. But the thing about that, at least my perspective on that one, Tyrex, is there's 3 classes that present themselves as being structured around being pet-based or being summoners, specifically in Graveborn's case. And they're worse at it than the Pixies. So, like, isn't that kind of just a theft of identity if a spell shot throwing a Pixie is better at being a summoner than the summoner is? Doesn't that kind of undermine the whole multi-class system where each character is supposed to have their own identity and area of expertise? Also, Hydra spawn ammo. Yeah, that's nice. That is something I like about Hydras. Only good damage I do is headcanon from the shadows, plate mail, and with dark dots do like 1k tick. Headcanon. I need one of those. Cheese loves that gun, and I've been meaning to get it on a Stabo to try it out. Which quest gives the headcanon? Because I want to go get one. I have spares. Can you put one on a save and send it to me, Tatsu? Because I want to try it out on this build. I keep forgetting about it. Thank you, Syria, for reminding me. Every day it's like, yeah, I should try out headcanon, and I forget. On its way, thank you. Ask about Pixies versus Hydras, because I'm doing a Grave Claw right now. I'm focusing on Hydras, got like 10 plus levels out of the guns and spells in the playthrough. Yeah, think of Pixies as flying Hydras with a better damage formula. In fact, Pixies are literally flying Hydras. If you get a Hydra part gun, you need the flying module to turn it into a Pixie. How many of the crosswords are good? Most of them, I would say. Headcanon's quite good. Called Armageddon Distracted. Oh, it's that one. Thank you, Kyler. The Frostburn spell is good. The Hellfire spell is good. The Headcanon is good. The Last Rites is good. The Mistrial is good. The Apple is good. Revote's Shield is good. Vorkanar's Cog, because of the parts it rolls, its fixed parts, is good. There's a lot of good quest rewards. Deuce's Visage is good. Use Heckwaiter into shreds. I've heard good things about that. So there's a Primordial one and a Volatile one. Just my in-progress companion stuff. Alright, I'll just... I won't spoil myself. I'll hop onto it and grab the guns and... I'll use the Primordial one, because fixed parts, not unreasonable. Chat, that's the drop! That's the drop! That's... Now, it doesn't have area damage, but, like, fine, whatever. This is exactly what I wanted. It's not perfect. I wanted more points in, the middle one. My brain doesn't work now. But that's really good. That's an upgrade. That is an upgrade. Oh, I'm so happy. This is pretty good too. A Calamity with 2 in Wrath of Nature and area damage? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Armor Bunny. Plate mail with area damage, gun damage, and high thread count? Sure. I'm happy now. Exploit their weakness, thank you. How many hours to get this armor? Congrats, by the way. Thanks, Pericles. About two streams of farming for it. I usually stream about 5 hours, and then I played offline a bunch. It's probably like 12 hours of farming, maybe. Give me 1 second. We're gonna try out Headcanon next. Is this one? Yeah, I don't recognize this one. Character looks sick, by the way. That's cool. My opinion, make the class mod bosses guaranteed drop each kill. That's fair. Yeah. Upgrade spell on there for trade for. Ooh. 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 These are good. I'm gonna leave that there for now, but I'm definitely gonna circle back around to that. Thank you. I'm also totally gonna use your save as a mule because I need to do bank management. Who's Slag Insane? I think it's just a joke, Insane thing, because Slag and... Someone actually getting the armor they want? I don't know how I feel about that. You should suffer like the rest of us. Oh no. Oh no. I'll take the Primordial Headcannon. Yeah, I'll leave those for now. Change some enchants, damn my claw got so much better. Yeah, enchantments are a big piece of the puzzle for certain builds. The spell? The spell? Yeah, I'll use the spell. I don't want to use it yet. I don't want to like change too many things at once. Primordial is 300 damage more than Volatile, Feel Betrayed. It's 2 more character levels, I believe, is the difference. Ah, yes, the spell. I can put away my great bows, I guess. But no, I'm not going to put away my great bows, because every time I put away my great bows, I'm like, hey, I could great bow this, and I don't have my fucking great bows. I'm not an addict, you are. Okay, so losing area damage is unfortunate, but what we gained with this is more points here, and more points here, which is a lot more upfront damage on our non-area things. So, let's see how the headcannon does here. Now, I've not even used this gun, I've only seen it used. Combining plate mail with bad egg, so much healing. Sounds like it, yeah. Could you turn Claw into Athena? Someone more familiar with Athena would probably have to try that. Asa enchants still act like action skill start? No, Bubba, they fixed that. The patch 2 weeks ago. Every build should have a great bow. True. You're now almost my build, except I don't have Spore stat, secondary and a lot more in Stabo. That's cool.
Choose, Fate Maker. Enter the chaos.
Just went to grab food from the door, and there's police stuff outside. Monka. Okay. Does it always do this? Do I have the HP bug? I'm so confused. No, I don't have the HP bug. This gun just slaps. Because if I had the HP bug, those would be killing. What? Yeah, that enemy would be dead. This gun just slaps. So, someone wanted to know if quest rewards are good. Yes. Yeah. Yup. Gun is cracked. Now, unfortunately, I have terrible aim. If you were around in the stream yesterday, I went on a pretty long tangent about how I'm not particularly skilled at video games. Here's proof. Here's proof. I can't aim for shit in these games. But I have that. Sadly can't enchant. Honestly, I don't mind, because these enchants minimally impactful. And the thing about the Stabbo from the Shadows enchant is that it wears off, like it turns off if you switch away, even if you switch to a gun that has it. So like, if I want to switch weapons, I may as well just switch to that. You too, Imperiax. Welcome to the club. Got the Moonfire BL3 vibes intensify. I'm playing Flak with a Moonfire. Oh, we're here. We're here. We're playing Moonfire Flak. We can even melee for the amp visual. It's all coming together. The only reason that enemy isn't dead is because I missed like all those shots. I'll remind you guys that the head cannon's effect is area damage, and I don't have any of that. I have no area damage. None. Which makes me want to consider the other armor. I just got this upgrade. Am I gonna take it off immediately for a meme gun? Sure fucking am. Sure fucking am. Oh, that wasn't supposed to hit me. She's gonna be happy. Yeah, he is. Gun seems to be pretty accurate. I mean, the reticle's pretty small. Yeah, definitely. Also applies a dot. I'm running Body Rune and Corrupted Plate Mail, so that's helping it do more elements. I don't know the dot behavior of the gun. I don't know if it has one. It's non-LE. I don't know much about this gun. Why is Cheese gonna be happy? He loves this gun. This is Cheese's favorite gun. Should have mentioned the gun. Now to be nerfed, my already bad build will suffer. No, it'll be fine. Everything will be okay. Think of it as more people appreciating the power of the thing that you enjoy. Doing it justice by spreading the word. Now, the silly thing that my brain is doing now is like, okay, this gun makes Berserker multi-class work, because it was already the optimal from the Shadows choice. Because the Capstone gives you more duration and lowers your downtime. But also, Berserker has area damage in tree, and another bonus element.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
And just a better formula than Stabbo. You lose the ricochets, but like, just shoot more enemies for it. Think you can make a barrage build for damage on utility with first 4? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Bubba. I have one, in fact. Now, the barrage is only one of the things doing damage in the setup, but it is able to kill things.
The storm Takes flight.
That's without my health enchant? Still does that much? What the fuck? This gun is cracked. Like, I lose a significant chunk of damage when I'm not at full HP. This gun just doesn't care? Wild. Yeah, this gets a permanent slot on the build. Is that a double crit damage roll? Is that double or triple? I don't know what the value is on chaotic. Oh man, I'm picking that up. Hang on, wait a second. Okay, not an upgrade. Double, cool, thank you, CZ. Looks double, thank you. Guns and new Herald. I don't know about that, because the Herald didn't require any amount of precision to use. Kind of a thoughtless, hey, I'm good. This is like, got a crit. Shield enemies! My weakness! One of my many weaknesses. Or Lady Facinator gun. I'd say just not comparing it to earlier things. If you need to reach that much to make a comparison to older guns, maybe it's just not like older guns. Gun is that? This is the head cannon. This is the head cannon. It's a quest reward. A really good gun. More like the new Moonfire. It's closer to Moonfire, but Moonfire's got the amp mechanic thing, so it still isn't. Hey Joe, downloaded the class files description. That was the way to duplicate the class. So saves kind of share IDs, so you can't directly do that, no. But there's enough different saves in there, you should have options. I must reach peak nostalgia or I must die. I feel you. I mean, I'm playing a nostalgia build right now, Irish, so I don't have a lot of room to criticize today. I'm playing a flak build. Whew. Rare vendor drop. Yeah, someone had, I think it was Sizzits, had this this idea. What if the wheel in the DLC, you know, the shitty one that everyone hates, what if that, instead of dropping whatever garbage it gives, what if it just gave quest rewards? Like quest reward blues. So it's like an explosive twister, but without the tornado effect and not in a Jacob's shotgun. Yes. And I like this gun because it is, it's very powerful, but only when you conform to, like, the gimmick. Otherwise, it's meh. But when you hit a crit, it's really good. Like, really good. Want to bet our last rights? Last rights is sick. I really wanted to revisit that gun with some more fire rate stuff. I didn't have a lot of fire rate last time I was using it, but I was still enjoying it. Need to do testing. This explosion might be a spell. Monka. Pop in, check shenanigans. Which gonna be that? This is the head cannon. It's a quest reward gun. It's really good. You need to favorite it. Yeah, this gets a permanent slot in this build's inventory. For sure. Love this gun. Very enjoyable. That's really good. Drill's rough, kill him with melee. How long did that take you, Irish? Drill just caused me psychic damage, took like 40 minutes to kill him, life is rough. Yeah, drill is very beefy. Explosion effect is really nice. Yeah, it's very pretty, isn't it? I'll pause work, see the bunny fight with this gun? Alright, I'll try to get you there fast so you don't miss out on too much. I'm gonna try it on Son of Witch as well. It's not great on this guy because he's very beefy and I don't have any shock damage going through it. Actually, you know, it's kind of coming around. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been a lot worse. I say not great on Son of a Witch, but like, in context, I'm comparing that to Torg stickies, and that's probably not a fair comparison. Awkward. Yeah, I'll go through that again. Why must door resist fire? Well, it does on the one phase, right? It's 11 PM here, work conditions in the side of the world. That's crazy, Rohit. Stickies are fine, fair, and balanced. Yeah, here, we'll do stickies for the first cycle, and then, head cannon after we're through the ward. Why are you running? Okay, there we go. This health vial. Hey Crowforge, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Hope your day's treating you well, and I hope you enjoy all the perks, emotes, ad for viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. It's not fantastic here, but I do feel like that's a me issue rather than a gun issue. Like, I think it's legitimately my fault. I could definitely have more stuff going for it here. Like getting that headhunter bonus. It's not a boss and gun. Does okay, considering that's Son of a Witch. But yeah, I still prefer stickies, of course. still does okay. I think this multi-class combo gets a lot out of it because of the ricochets to play the angles. And then you have from the shadows. And you just get the explosion on every shot.
Rubbish.
I like this gun. I like this a lot. This is one of the things I enjoy most about this game. Just using an item I'm not familiar with, and then figuring out how to make it work. I just love that. I did that with so many spells. I haven't done it with many guns, so this is kind of like newish to me. Explosions always fire? Yeah. Does this will protect you from Rain's AoE? Thanks for testing. I don't know. Probably not. But it might. Not ashamed to say, I just from the shadows, Sigil, Rain of Arrows. Sigil is really good against this boss. Rain, of course, as well. If a vendor has quest rewards, it's always the featured item, right? I've heard it can be in the second slot as well, but I've never heard it be below the top 3. Not bad. This is really good. Keep in mind, the thing we are comparing this to is Torg Stickies. And it's not doing bad. So clip this fight, send it to cheese. We'll do Gloop too, fuck it. This is where Berserker would definitely have an edge, because Enrage. Kill the C35 raid boss with it, so right. By the way, no build diversity at C35. Some people really claim that. And like I said, it's just try more shit. This gun slaps. Hey Poison Dart, how you doing? This is the head cannon. Looks like this. It's a quest reward gun. Can't be enchanted, but it slaps. It's a very precise Torg, feels like a hand cannon, and it makes an explosion when it crits. Nerf Torg Impact. How dare you build to the strength of the weapon to make it viable. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I don't have health here, which is unfortunate. I did lose some damage from that. That's not bad. Considering I'm missing, like, my main enchantment, I'm not element matching in any way there. I'm pretty sure I didn't even have Body Rune active. That was not bad. I'm really impressed by this gun, I'm gonna be honest, like... Fire versus bonus penalty? Yeah. Being a berserker would really help here. That's really not bad. I like this gun. So I feel more of a penalty versus ward than I do bone. It might be coincidentally, because there's more tanky ward enemies than there are tanky bone enemies. Like, you have Son of Witch and Drill for ward, and then for this you have, like, Lachance. Oh, I was trying to deliver Echo there. Yeah, I know I could switch to one of my other guns, but I'm just having fun with this. Ah, the lava is rising. Leave me alone, Glue. Undamaged Shark Chain and a pistol crit on the file too. Let's go. Oh yeah, I don't even have much pistol stuff. I'm shotgun heavy on this spec right now. Oh. I didn't want my Blizzard anyway. No, the lava's rising more. I've never actually seen it go this high before. Leave me alone. We say Gloop is the friendliest of the raid bosses? Yeah, absolutely. This one is, it's just mechanics and positioning. There's no real difficulty here. The lava is a pressure mechanic, but it's pretty forgiving overall. Gloop is a great introductory fight to how raid bosses work in this game. Very friendly if you know the fight. Other two are very dependent on build. Right. If the game continues to give me Nidhogg. You can choose, though. Yellow is always Nidhogg, blue is always Gloop, green is always Bark. Put the head again, save it, quick save channel. Nice. Yeah, everyone gets tired of Lilith telling them that as soon as she isn't there, y'all start walking in lava. Can't argue with that, Jester. If you were element matching, you'd be doing 80% more damage. Yeah, so there's ways to get cryo bonus elements. You know, I might not like it, but of course some people enjoy Buffmeister. That's a thing you can do there. The fire rate would also help this gun a lot. So yeah, you know, a Pew Buffmeister would be an option for this. You have Spell Shot can apply Imbued Weapon for a cryo bonus element. Berserker can use Enrage for a cryo bonus element. Yeah, you can definitely help this thing element match more. Never find the other two on the maps, or if I do, I'm dying to a boss when build sucks against. It do be like that sometimes. Still want to hit the armor bunny, because now I want... So... Where is it? Where is it? Where's the fucking armor? Where's the thing? Where are you at? Okay, I want the skills on the right with the passives on the left. That's what I want. Because this area damage roll is doing a lot for this headcanon. As is the all damage. I'm gonna use a new one anyway, because I'm stubborn. Spell shot, imbued weapon, and Buffmeister. Pain. Suffering. What do I roll? I guess we keep doing armor. Fuck it. Armor bunny must be the fattest bunny of them all. Yeah. Yeah. I hope the armor bunny has Tums with how much it has to puke all the time. Can Stab Spore Plate Mail roll with Stab's elemental skills? Which elemental skills? And to answer the question, Stab Spore gets, like, gun damage stuff. So, no. Stab Claw is the one you want if you want the, exploit their weaknesses and the dot damage duration. That's why I'm going for Stab Claw. Is ability damage doing anything for you when you're doing, from the shadows? Yes, play the angles, J-Bridge. Both Stab Spore and Spore Stab are gun things. Cool, thank you so much. But yeah, J-Bridge, play the angles. Spore Power doesn't really do anything, Mr. Adblock, unless you're using Barrage directly for damage, or Blizzard directly for damage, or making your Mushroom tank. Those are the only things Spore Power actually does. Because it's currently bugged and doesn't scale up Play the Angles. Not that Play the Angles needs it. And that's all it affects. Stab Claw gives one of Stab's best skill, and Claw Stab gives one of Claw's best skills, which is a good combo. Yeah, Irish. Claw Stab gives Awe, and Stab Claw gives Exploit Their Weakness. Exploit Their Weakness is like baby Wrath of Nature, by the way. And in a setup where you don't have direct ability damage, like my only ability damage is this, and that requires 2 enemies. In a setup where you're using this, which is not ability damage, you don't have this often against single targets. So more of this, which is in the same damage category as this, is very, very impactful. Remember, this damage increase, multiply it by 5 for max stacks. So 40% at 4 out of 3. This could be up to 6 out of 3. And it's 2% per rank. So I could get 60% from Exploit Their Weakness at 6 out of 3. That's really good. That's really good. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Think you can make it?
I'm gonna get a lot of reps with Blooper Bark now when I do Bark. So something they've done with the featured runs is the last 3 featured runs, or might have been 4 even, have had guaranteed maker runs. Oops, that's not the right action skill. You're supposed to kill me. There you go, thank you. Featured runs have guaranteed maker run, which means they have all of the boss sigils. You just need to find which locations on which stage. And the featured runs don't change. Like, it's it's fixed seed. Now, sigil locations on individual maps, like a boss blow and symbol things, that is also fixed per map. Now, which color you get can change, but the location on the map. So once you learn where it pops in on a map, you don't need to relearn that. It'll just always be there. Oh, I didn't pay attention to the fire friend. Awkward. Yeah, the other comm is definitely more damage for the head cannon. But this one should work out more on the kettle drum. Yo, Dave, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How's everybody doing? How'd your stream go? If you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do Wonderlands build stuff, but I'm also known for being a flak enthusiast in Borderlands 3, and we just kind of decided to make flak in this game because we could. We got the fadeaway with the Jacobs shotgun. We got rack attack when our fadeaway's on cooldown to get it back. We got our pet that revives us when the fecal matter hits the rotating air mover. Flak life. Yeah, Chaos 35 flak build. We also just had a lot of fun with this. So this quest reward gun slaps. I'd heard it talked about, but I hadn't used it. The head cannon is amazing. You just got a crit, which is kind of tough for me because my aim's awful, but it's good. PC's here, just got to set up. Nice, Onyx. But anyway, yeah, how was your stream, Dave? Which quest was it? Armageddon something? Armageddon something is the name. It was lovely leveling up Spore Warden to live all my flag dreams too. Hate the raid run, gotta go to a funeral. I'm sorry for your loss. And I appreciate you bringing your community over here. It means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, don't let me keep you. Thank you again. But yeah, flak enthusiasts unite. We've got OG flak vibes here. Armageddon distracted. Thank you. Times 25 shotgun. Still a thing in this game. It's lovely. I can go over the build and spec at the end of this run if anyone's curious. Someone's just gonna have to remind me when we're in the loot room. Beautiful. It's a Deathless with Wrath of Nature. No thanks. I changed my mind. I do want that. I'm indecisive. There's a reason not to spend myth points. So for me personally, I don't want too much of my power to come from myth rank. Now, these are just 6 points that I got during stream today that I didn't pay attention to, and I kind of tune out that indicator. I don't have an interest in going beyond 20 in each of these uncapped skills, because at that point, as a build crafter, it starts to skew the perception of how strong things actually are. Like, someone could play the same build with 200 points in myth rank gun damage and claim it does things that it doesn't for your average player. So I won't be investing myth rank beyond 20 points in each of the uncapped skills. And in kind of mental preparation for that, that's why I don't really pay too much attention to how many unspent points I have. It helps me represent my content better to my audience, you know? Also just feels better to me. Personal preference. Needs to be a way to turn myth rank off? Yeah, a toggle would be very welcome. Red Hellion. I want a better one. It's not bad, though. Be nice to let you turn off myth rank like you did in BL3? Yeah, that would be very welcome. Gamut Gaming. You think they should learn that BL3 people want to be able to disable that? Yeah, Ducks Given. I think we're all on the same page on that one. It's weird that it wasn't a launch feature. Now, it wasn't a launch feature in BL3, but they added it to BL3 a year and a half ago. Hopefully it's something that comes up in a patch soon. Because I'm not a fan of myth rank for that reason. We have no control over it. You can't control where you spend points, you can't control if you want your points on or not. And taking control from the player is a very weird design decision, in my opinion. My aim's bad, so we're gonna use a shotgun on this one.
This'll be over before you can regret it.
Come on. There we go. I just gotta air it out. What happened? I'm sure they'll have that option eventually. It's certainly talked about enough that I'd be surprised if it didn't make it in. Yeah, it seems like a safe bet. It's got a Primordial Sham. Nice. That's pretty useful. That's one of those wards that you care about the capacity a lot more. Expand for enchant spreadsheet. I don't know offhand, so I'll just link it directly. 1 second. I don't remember my own commands. I know. Great streamer. Literal pro streamer, by the way. There you go, Pericles. Ah, it is enchants. That would make sense. Enchantment? Pretty much a shitpost. I'm not even very good at that. Yo, same, but it matters. You gotta do what you love and love what you do. You love to shitpost control. Never change. Think the Fear Not would be good with a Mist Dancer? Yeah. Fear Not is just kinda gonna be great on everything, to be honest, Portal Knight. It's all in the passion. Did somebody say shitpost? Personally, since I'm only a casual player, I would keep it on, but for players like you, I see the need for a toggle. yeah, I'd like to... The way I see it as well is, like, having the option doesn't hurt anyone, right? Like, more options for more players, in theory, is always a good thing. When it comes to accessibility and quality of life, things like that. So, even if you wouldn't find yourself using a toggle often, it's sometimes nice to know that it's a thing. It also makes it easier to test out items and things like that. Less math. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Those goblin shotguns hit so hard, I actually clenched a little when I heard it. I was like, oh, I'm going down. Is Echo the best melee enchant for most builds? It depends on the build. I'm using Amp and Echo on this. I have a Twin Soul, so I can have both. Some builds you're going to want Caustic. Some builds you're going to want Echo. Some you're going to want Warrior. It really depends. I think that Echo is the one that does the most for builds that have zero other reason to use a melee weapon. So, builds that kind of forget their melee slot exists. Yeah, Echo's probably the more common choice. Melee weapon, you mean extra enchant slot. See, exactly like that, yeah. Stop running! Where are you going? What is he doing? Hello, sir? You're acting weird.
Trouble. Looks like magic's back on the menu. Enemy in my sights. God.
Ah! Alright, that was stupidity. I deserved that. Why did you die?
Dying ain't my style. You're looking for trouble? Found it. Bring that one down. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
Can't see the bird. Oh. Well, I downed myself during his phase change. He didn't kill me, I killed me. Also, look, a twister! He didn't kill me, I killed me. It's different. Go with spiking your DPS like that. Damage. I'm using Echo and Amp, so me meleeing not only delivers damage based on how much damage I've done, but it increases my incoming damage. My subsequent damage. Math, yeah. Alright, take two. Don't act weird this time, Mushroom. There we go. Much cleaner. You see the stickies triggering play the angles over there, chat? Just, he burrowed, there were still stickies exploding, started killing more enemies that spawned in. Oh, I love that so much. That's satisfying. Ability spell increased by melee. Yeah. Not great skills on that. Primordial Rogip. I'll take it. Shame it got tuned, but I will take it. Maybe find a use for that still. What about that to Doom Eternal? The whole time the game objective on screen. Kill. Tuned. Twister good for? It has a very high hit count, and it ragdolls enemies. In not an unpredictable way. It allows you to, like, control where enemies go, which is very useful. It also deals split element damage. That one is poison and cryo. You guys ever get mimics in here? I've gotten mimics in here. It's scary. You're trying to dodge an attack, grab some ammo on the way, and mimic eating your butt in an unpleasant manner. Oh, I was trying to be cheeky there. I think if I time that properly, I can actually do that. Yeah, I think that's doable. We switched to Blizzard specifically because From the Shadows is a damage nerf on Gloop. There we go. I like my weapon loadout. I got the ×18 body rocker. That's my sticky shotgun. I got my head cannon. I got my Luddite, and I've got my kettle drum. I almost called it a stagecoach. Mechanics of that last fight. So the bunny has a weak spot that it takes a lot of damage to, but it only exposes it in two situations. One is a time-based thing where During the phase where it's kind of making the laser AoEs and there's the zombies attacking, and it occasionally makes the stones that come out of the ground. During that phase, occasionally it'll coil up and charge up an attack that exposes its weak spot, and that's when you can capitalize and deal damage. If you do not meet the DPS check, you need to turn and look away, or else it will blind you. And then the other time it exposes its weak spot is when it causes a sandstorm, then starts just kind of cruising around the area with the weak spot out. That does a rotating searchlight. You're familiar with that because that's what the puzzle to get into the L raid boss fight is. It's that searchlight mechanic. Now, DPSing it enough causes it to take an extra spike in damage on top of what you did, and causes it to return to normal behavior. If you don't meet the DPS check, or if you're not able to get in position fast enough, you need to turn and look away from the searchlight, or else you get blinded, and then it moves. Other than that, it's just big AoEs and some ads. Cool. Yeah, I like that fight a lot. It's honestly my favorite. Universal Soldier with gun mag size and all damage. Useful. So these ward break enchants, those interest me. I want to use them on a Bronco Buster build so that my ward breaks often. Because 50% elemental resistance could be neat. But more importantly, I want to use the spell crit chance one. It's 200% spell crit chance. So that's like good. I'm gonna try that with a Bronco. Another build. Just thinking out loud. Does it only blind you? I swear it puts me at health gate immediately. It might do damage too. I don't remember. When that happens, there's other things happening too, so I always assumed it was those other things doing the damage, but it might hurt you. A lot of crystals that run. Feels good. Feels weird to be running multiple quest rewards in my build. Build diversity. Item diversity. It's great. Bark's the worst for me. I hate respawning inside of the poison domes. That is very frustrating, Jay. I agree. Definitely agree that Bark's kit, if you die in the Bark fight, chances are you'll spawn into some bullshit. Look for armor 90% of the time? No, I'm just looking for armor for this build. It's what this build would benefit the most from in terms of an upgrade. For other builds, I tend to roll Sniper Bunny or Ring the most. There's a couple builds where I would roll melee weapon, but in terms of things that are the hardest to acquire, Armor Bunny gives you the most potential stuff. And can help out pretty much any build, depending on what you get. Bark is the first raid boss I tried, didn't have the DPS to beat him, need to try again. Yeah, Bark is a pretty big patience check. Bark is the one that most pushes you towards the mechanics, even more than Gloop in my opinion. Because Gloop isn't very aggressive. Bark is very aggressive. So if you don't know Bark's mechanics, it can be very punishing. Even if you do know, sometimes if you have a lapse in attention, it can punish. Bark is definitely the hardest. Now, with the right setup, you can one-shot all these bosses. I have clips of one-shotting each of them with Great Bow, but there's even more ways to do it. But it does require game knowledge, investment, and specific gear, which I think is how it should be. Most potential, yet most disappointment. True, Dyson. Very true. No idea how to dodge his jump attack on console while he's enraged. I can't turn fast enough, so unless I'm already far enough, I just die. Which one? The big somersault one, Silo? Yeah, with that one, I find that if you have enough movement speed, you can strafe right. Specifically right. I have less success strafing left, but for that one, you can strafe right, and it's a more forgiving hitbox. For the hand swipe, you crouch. For the tail swipe, you jump. And for the somersault, I strafe right. I'll have to reroll this Rogue Imp. I'm gonna try it. I guess the build I put it on is affected by whatever enchant I get it to before I run out of Moon Orbs. First, like, really good one. But yeah, headcanon supremacy. Now, I think that's gonna be it for me today. But you guys are awesome. Thank you for all the support. Anyone from Dame's community who's still here, it's great to have you in. Thank you to Dame for the raid, again, if she sees this somehow. Always appreciated. And all the love and support earlier in the stream as well. It was fantastic. I have so much fun with build crafting in this game. I have so much fun with this game. It's a good game. You might see some negativity about it from people who are frustrated, but a good build crafting game involves a little bit of struggle, in my humble opinion. And in terms of hours I have in this game now at this point, I've got 20 days and 17 hours. So suffice it to say, I love the game. Let's find somewhere for you guys to go. We could do a little raid. Lazy's on, Hawkins on, Wolf is on. Not many people on today. Zen is on, but I don't want to overload his chat, to be honest. Yeah, let's go to Lazy. That's where I'll be. So let's go say hi to Lazy. He does build stuff as well, if you're not familiar. Far more skilled gamer than I am, by the way. So the aim issues you saw me having, he doesn't have any of those. For raid message, let's do... Let's do that. Just spam headcanon, because I love this gun. Cheese has been talking about this gun for a while, and I kept forgetting to do it, but now I stand the headcanon, and I'm going to force my appreciation for this gun into the internet, and everyone's gonna have to see how much I love this gun, damn it. But you guys are great. Thank you once again. Tomorrow's my day off. I don't stream Sundays, so I'll be back 9-ish a.m. Eastern on Monday. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend and day, and thank you again for all your love and support. Bye!